Everyone, we have the quorum now, so we're gonna get this started. Okay, good morning and welcome to the Standing Committee on Cities Finance and Services meeting of Wednesday, November 15th, 2023. This committee meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw. The City of Vancouver's electronic meeting, as such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. Video of the council members speaking, presentation, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. In case of emergency, where we need to evacuate from the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass door and to the left. If these exits are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use stairs, do not use elevator. I would also like to highlight there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of this council chamber. We acknowledge we are on the unceded homelands of Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank for them for having care of this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contribution of City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim is absent. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato has a leave of absence today for civic business. Councillor Bligh has a leave of absence today from 9. Oh, you're there. Present. Thank you. Councillor Boyle has a leave of absence today from 9:30 until 10:30. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Claassen. Councillor Meisner has a leave of absence for personal reasons today, all day. And Councillor Jo is in the chair. The meeting has quorum.
Thanks, Tina. So this is the plan for the day. Any comments on the agenda item can be sent to councils using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be posted on X at @OneCityClerk. I also want to note City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment on equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and team members, we will avoid using gender honorifics. We will instead refer to the person by the first and the last name, role, or title. We have 10 items of business on the today's agenda, 5 reports, and 5 council members' motion. We will recess for lunch at noon, followed by the in-camera meeting, and reconvene at 1:30 p.m. Should the business not complete prior to 5 p.m. today, we will recess for dinner at 5 p.m. and reconvene at 6 p.m. Should the business not complete this evening, the meeting will reconvene on Thursday, November 16th, 2023 at 6 p.m. I would like to remind council members that if amendments are brought forward, they must be submitted to City Clerk in final written form before council members introduce them. Please ensure the clerk has received your amendment using the council meeting amendment -DL. Before we begin to hear from the registered speaker, I would like to remind council and members of the public that the public individual speakers may only speak up to 3 minutes, and representative speakers may have up to 5 minutes to speak, and the council may not ask any question to the public. Members of the public should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations, and may only speak once. I will ask if speakers are residents of Vancouver if it is not noted on the speakers list. Following the last speaker of the speakers list of each item, we will go back through the list for those who were not present when their name was initially called. As chair of this meeting, I'm suggesting that for the reports with no speakers, we adopt recommendations collectively in a single motion. Report 225 have no speakers. Does any member wish to hold report 225 for debate or question to team members? Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks, Chair. I'd like to hold report 3, commercial vehicle permit improvements.
Thank you. Okay, so let me see. Oh, does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on the consent item? That's item 3 to 5. Seeing none. Okay, we need a motion to adopt recommendations contained in the report 3 to 5. Oh, sorry. Actually, no. Yeah, it's 2, 4, and 5. There we go. Thanks, Councillor Carr. And we need a seconder for this. Seconded by Councillor Bligh. Okay, all those in favor say yay. Opposed say nay. Okay, thanks. The following items has been approved on consent. Number 2, minor amendments to the street and traffic and parking meters bylaw. Number 3 was held. Number 4, 2023 property tax policy review, revised terms of reference. Number 5, contract awards for supply and delivery for bulldozers. So those 3 has been consent. 1 second. All right, so the first item on the agenda is report number 1, elimination of minimum parking requirements, phase 2. Hey, does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Seeing none, team members are present and have prepared a presentation. If council member wish to see the presentation, we have about 30 slides. Would any member like to see the presentation? Okay, Councillor, okay, so now we can go ahead with the presentation. Please go ahead.
So, Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. I'm just going to provide a few opening comments before I turn it over to Tim Barton here. The parking bylaw as it pertains to development has largely been in place since 1986 and has been updated incrementally over the years. A major update was introduced in 2018 when the city eliminated minimum parking requirements in the downtown and did that in concert with the introduction of transportation demand management. And just to give some examples of transportation demand management, this might be car share parking spaces, expanded bike parking or repair facilities. So these are programs or building design which make it easier to walk, bike, or take transit for the occupants of the building. Based on council's direction, we are in the process of expanding the elimination of parking requirements to the entire city. Today, we are bringing the second phase of that, you could call it, after the downtown, which is to eliminate parking minimums in the West End and Broadway. I would also just mention that last week, the province announced changes that could eliminate parking requirements near transit in order to support housing. Staff at the city will continue to work closely with the province to understand this new requirement as more detail is released. However, from what we've seen, these changes actually align very well with our current phase of expansion and the plans to expand across the rest of the city. So with those opening remarks, I'll pass it over to Tim Barton, who's our acting manager of transportation planning. Tim?
Thanks, Lon. Good morning. As Lon said, my name is Tim Barton, the acting manager of transportation planning. We're going to start today with a presentation then on the elimination of minimum parking requirements. And hopefully I can make the slides advance. Or not. There we go. Presentation should take about 20 minutes. We'll start by laying out the recommendations before you. We'll move into some background and some policy context, then talk about the benefits and the expected outcomes, and then finish where we began with the recommendations. So let's get started. So the recommendations before you today are to firstly eliminate minimum parking requirements for all land uses in the West End and the Broadway Plan area. As Lon said, this is an extension of the existing downtown regulation. Secondly, to direct staff to report back in 2024 with the next phase of eliminating parking minimums and a phasing plan towards eliminating minimums across the city. As part of this report back, staff will also outline a framework to improve the regulation of on-street parking, as these two things work together in a parking system. Thirdly, there are some other parking-related updates. There's minor updates to loading rates and design standards, the introduction of a bike maintenance facility directly into the parking bylaw as a standard requirement, rather than as an optional choice, as they are today, and a simplification of the transportation demand management program for new developments. We won't go into detail on all of these topics during the presentation, but they're included in the report, and there's staff here available to answer any questions. Also to note, the recommendations today are limited to general purpose parking only. This report does not recommend any changes to the number of required accessible parking, visitor parking, or bicycle parking spaces. So this is the recommended area to eliminate minimum off-street parking requirements. The downtown already has no minimum requirement since 2019. The West End currently has no minimums for non-residential uses, but there currently is a minimum parking requirement for most West End residential developments. The recommendations, if approved, will result in there being no minimum parking requirements for all land uses across the downtown and the West End, as well as the Broadway Plan area. Taking a step back here, this slide provides context for the recommendations given other recent council decisions. The yellow area shows the new R11 residential inclusive zone, where new multiplex developments also have no minimum off-street parking requirement. By fully including the West End and adding the Broadway Plan area, this map shows much of the city will have the potential to deliver residential developments with zero parking, although of course the yellow zone only applies to multiplex developments. Okay, moving on to the background and policy context. So what are the benefits and perhaps some of the disbenefits or risks of removing parking minimums? There's many potential benefits. It increases the number of projects that are financially attractive, especially non-market projects. It supports increased housing supply across all tenures. It simplifies and deregulates the development application and review process. It offers the opportunity to prioritize investment in sustainable transportation rather than motor vehicle infrastructure. And if fewer parking spaces are provided as a result, it reduces embodied carbon in those new developments. The main risk associated with the elimination of minimum parking requirements is that there is potential for parking demand to spill over onto the street. This may happen if there is an inadequate supply of off-street parking to meet demand, or there is a substantial disparity in pricing between on and off-street parking. We will touch more on this later on. However, before that, this slide provides a brief overview of recent council reports, council motions, and staff actions. So the movement towards a reduction in parking minimums in Vancouver was first established in 2012 with the Transportation 2040 plan. The 2018 bylaw update eliminated parking minimums in the downtown, as well as introduced the requirements for transportation demand management, or TDM. This was the first major update to the parking bylaw in many years, and that work signalled future actions to further improve upon the bylaw. TDM works in parallel with parking minimums, so as new regulations deprioritize motor vehicle parking, TDM aims to direct that priority towards walking, cycling, transit, and car share. In summer 2020, Edmonton was the first city in Canada to eliminate parking minimums for all land uses citywide. There was a council member motion shortly after that here in Vancouver, directing staff to explore an open option parking approach similar to the City of Edmonton. This direction was solidified within the Climate Emergency Action Plan, which proposed to eliminate minimum parking requirements citywide, strengthen TDM measures, and advance on-street parking management through the Climate Emergency Parking Programme. When the on-street component of the Climate Emergency Parking Programme was not approved in 2021, staff took a step back. In the last 2 years, additional research and technical work has been undertaken to better understand the impacts of eliminating minimum off-street parking requirements in the absence of a citywide on-street parking regulation. So that leads us to today, which, after the changes in 2018, can be considered phase 2 of the parking bylaw updates. Following the changes we made in the downtown core, which became effective on January the 1st, 2019, we can make some preliminary observations based on the 10 residential development permits which have so far been issued under the new bylaw. As the table shows, there's been no change in the number of parking stalls developers plan to build for strata units in the downtown. In fact, they're still providing more than the pre-2019 minimum. The number of stalls planned to be provided for market rental and non-market rental, however, has fallen substantially. This is consistent with other analysis that suggests rental projects are significantly more sensitive to location characteristics, such as proximity to transit and amenities, relative to strata projects. We recommended this change in the downtown in 2018 because we felt it was low risk for the following reasons. It has a high sustainable mode share and low vehicle ownership rates. This is as a result of the downtown being a dense, walkable community that has seen significant investments in walking, cycling, and transit infrastructure. In addition, on-street parking is well regulated to manage the parking demand that does exist. There is also an existing ample off-street parking supply available close by. We are now seeing similar conditions in the Broadway plan area. And here is a map of off-street parking in the Broadway plan area. This map shows a substantial supply of off-street parking with significant available capacity. We surveyed publicly accessible parkades and found on average that on weekdays, the lots are about just over 60% occupied, and at weekends, it drops to about 16% occupied. So generally, off-street parking is underutilized in the Broadway plan area. This is in fact similar to what we saw in the downtown. There, over a 10-year period, the actual parking supply decreased, while the overall occupancy also decreased. Just to note on this map for Broadway, we do want to note that the area around VGH does not follow the average trends, as it jumps out in red on the maps. Demand in that area currently may not be adequately met by supply. So while an adequate supply of off-street parking is one factor which reduces the risk of an excessive number of drivers seeking to park on street, another main factor is the management of on-street parking. In the downtown, on-street parking is generally very well regulated with residential parking areas and performance-based pay parking. As the map shows, we have similar coverage in the Broadway plan area with that thick black line indicating the approximate area proposed for the elimination of minimums. Vancouver is not the first North American city to remove off-street parking minimums. As mentioned previously, Edmonton was the first city in Canada to do that in 2020. Toronto followed in 2021, eliminating minimums citywide, and Calgary eliminated minimums for all non-residential development. Within the United States, hundreds of cities have eliminated minimums in some or all of their jurisdictions, with a small selection of major cities shown here. Some make the change citywide all at once, but many go in phases, for example, starting with the downtown core, or proximity to transit, or for certain land uses. More recently, state-level laws have changed in Oregon and California that prohibit municipalities from mandating off-street parking in some cases. Sound familiar? This is quite similar to the recent announcement made by the province to support increased housing density near transit. So while the cycle of development is slow, even the cities that removed some minimums in 2017 are just starting to see some buildings come online, but there are some project and location-specific observations that can be made. San Diego eliminated minimums at the same time as a whole suite of other improvements for residential development, and they observed that 5 times more homes were permitted in the first year. Minneapolis noticed that new studio apartments were being offered at about $200 a month less in buildings where parking minimums were waived and very few parking spaces were provided. And Breckenridge, which is a resort municipality more similar to Whistler, has a very high demand for housing for workers. And a new development there was able to provide 60% more housing units by building one less level of underground parking. In Canada, Edmonton isn't seeing a dramatic change in parking supply overall currently, but there are some early indications of reduced parking rates being applied to non-market housing. So we'll now dive deeper into some of the key benefits of removing these requirements. Firstly, it can improve project viability. Minimum parking requirements can make some developments impossible or financially unfeasible. This can be particularly limiting on small properties, unusually shaped sites, or sites on a steeper grade, since this leads to a very inefficient parking layout, and more space has to be dedicated to ramps and maneuvering lanes than actual parking spaces. Ground conditions also impact how easy or hard it is to build parking, for example, weak soils, bedrock, or groundwater conditions. One example of a project made possible by eliminating parking minimums is 55 West Hastings Street, shown here. It's not built yet, but a development permit application is currently in review. This project is within the downtown boundary, so has a no minimum parking requirement. It is proposed to be a 10-story residential building with retail at grade, delivering 32 secure market rental units. It is a narrow site. The building has a 30-foot frontage, and at the lane, that's only wide enough to allow for basic site servicing, such as waste collection, electrical, and utilities. It simply would not be possible to build parking on this site. Instead of motor vehicle parking, the site is providing a small transit subsidy, a bike maintenance facility, extra bike parking beyond the minimum requirement, and promotional marketing and information to encourage sustainable transportation choices. So eliminating parking minimums is expected to improve project viability. We don't know what projects we aren't seeing, but surveys within the development community suggest that there are projects waiting in the wings that are undevelopable currently under the current parking requirements that we could expect to see come in should those minimums be eliminated. Eliminating parking minimums also provides the opportunity to right-size construction. This photo from 1 Burrard Place shows a deep excavation for underground parking. In that excavation, concrete and rebar accounts for between 12 to 20% of the embodied carbon in a new building. We had a consultant model the impact of removing minimum parking requirements on carbon emissions. Compared to a business-as-usual scenario, if every new building constructed 20% fewer parking spaces than they do today, by 2050, we would expect to see a cumulative 225 kilotons of carbon dioxide equivalent be avoided in parking infrastructure, which, if like me, you don't have any clue what that actually means, it's roughly equivalent to 1 billion kilometers driven by an average gasoline vehicle. So obviously, this aligns with another climate emergency action plan goal to reduce embodied emissions from new buildings and construction projects. Impacts to construction can be both in terms of cost and time. Firstly, the construction of underground parking is very expensive. We hired a consultant to conduct a detailed study into the cost of constructing parking in Vancouver, and they concluded that at current parking minimums, excluding any space not directly used for vehicles like elevator, refuges, or mechanical rooms, it costs between $60,000 and $80,000 per parking stall. And that can go significantly higher, maybe over $120,000 per stall on sites with inefficient parking layouts or challenging ground conditions. Overall, the cost of underground parking can represent over 20% of the total construction cost for a new building. Building a lot of underground parking also has a time cost as well. And all that below-grade infrastructure impacts the street during construction. Below-grade construction phases typically have greater impacts on the street, meaning that sidewalk and vehicle lane closures may be needed to allow for equipment access and staging. Reducing the amount of time spent building below-grade infrastructure can reduce construction traffic and congestion, as well as reducing the overall amount of time spent constructing the project. So now we've spoken about the direct benefits, but what outcomes do we expect as a result of these changes? Eliminating parking minimums should result in more sites overall being developed. This falls into two main categories. Firstly, projects with challenging pro formas like rentals and non-market housing may become more attractive. Secondly, projects where the parking was too challenging to supply For example, small or unusually shaped sites now become more viable. Elimination of parking minimums is also deregulation, which has associated benefits. It's easier for applicants to understand the expectations. It's easier for staff to review, and therefore this has the potential to accelerate the development review process. Finally, as outlined previously, parking is expensive to build, so where developers choose to provide significantly less parking, construction costs are reduced. Let's consider for a minute how this might affect home prices. We engaged a consultant who is here with us today, if there's any detailed questions about this, to evaluate potential market impacts for residential buildings. On the market side, housing prices are determined by supply and demand, not by the cost of construction. Over the long term, and as we continue to build out compact mixed-use communities and invest in active transportation modes and transit, we could expect the market to show interest in developments with fewer parking spaces. Reducing construction costs and the correlated increase in project viability means that we could expect to see more housing supply overall. This would impact that supply and demand balance for market housing prices. On the non-market side, construction costs are more impactful to the end price of rent. Reducing the cost of construction could more realistically enable a reduction in unit rent or enable a project to offer deeper levels of affordability. So here is some of this stuff, some of these things that I've just been talking about, summarized just in one table. Impacts to parking supply best categorized by housing tenure. In stratas, like we've seen in the downtown so far, we don't expect much change in parking supply, since stratas are already providing about 22% more than the minimum requirement. In market rentals, we do expect to see a reduction in parking supply, but mostly in amenity-rich areas. In areas that don't have any amenities nearby, we would expect to see a similar amount of parking provided or a more modest reduction in order to market those units to potential residents. The non-market developments, however, they are likely to minimize parking as much as possible in order to reduce their construction costs. Vehicle ownership rates are lower for low-income households, but they're not zero. It is possible that supply will not meet demand, as is the case today. A simplification of our transportation demand management program will also help support buildings to provide fewer parking spaces. TDM is a suite of strategies aimed at encouraging trips by walk, bike, transit, and car share. Vancouver ties this program to parking minimums. By reducing the priority on motor vehicles, we can increase the priority on sustainable transportation modes. For a very simple example, instead of building another level of underground parking, developers could provide subsidized transit passes to their residents. As we expand areas with no minimum parking requirement, we also plan to update the TDM program to simplify it and make it more user-friendly, to improve certainty with static targets so applicants know exactly what they need to do. This in turn should accelerate staff review times. And finally, as TDM applies to more developments in a broader area, we want to adjust our expectations to suit a wider range of participation. So I've touched upon the pace of change being slow since the bylaw was changed in 2018. This example here is the only building that has actually been constructed and occupied with a TDM plan in the downtown. This is 1133 Melville between Butte and Thurlow. It's a 37-story office tower. The developer chose to provide 161 parking spaces, which is about 60% less than would have been required under the pre-2019 bylaw. Instead, the transportation demand management plan includes enhanced visitor bike parking, seen in the lower right corner, with extra security and weather protection, multimodal wayfinding signage, seen in the lower left, 8 EV-ready car share vehicles and spaces, not pictured, but very important, and a bike maintenance station, which an example there is in the upper right. However, even with TDM measures to promote sustainable transportation choices, we still know that there will be some cars and they do need to park somewhere. As mentioned earlier, and we said, the main potential kind of risk or challenge associated with this change is around the relationship between off-street and on-street parking. They work together as a system. If buildings don't supply enough parking to meet demand, or if the price of parking underground far outweighs the price of parking on the street, there is a risk of parking spillover in the surrounding neighbourhood. Which brings us onto on-street parking management. Knowing that off-street parking requirements have the potential to impact on-street parking is why we are recommending to advance the elimination of off-street parking requirements in parallel with the improvement of on-street parking management. As and when street parking gets close to capacity, the suggestion is to proactively introduce permit parking to better manage demand. We also have various tools to help manage the demand for the permits themselves. These include permit limits per household, restrictions by housing type, or parking availability and pricing. Which brings us back to the recommendations. So once again, to remind you, the recommendation is to eliminate minimum parking requirements in the West End and Broadway plan area and to direct staff to report back in 2022 with a phasing plan and the next phase of eliminating minimum parking requirements across the city, along with a framework to improve the regulation of on-street parking. Thank you. That's the end of the presentation. We're happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you for the presentation. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of team members. Are there any questions? Councillor Montague, you're the first one. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Lots of interesting things in there. I heard a couple of things like project viability and deregulation, things I love to hear. I wanted to just confirm this. Obviously, parking minimums doesn't stop builders from putting parking in by letting the market determine how much parking is needed rather than some random number that the city dictates. But the report doesn't go into any mention of parking maximums at any time soon. Is that correct?
That would be part of our report back. We do have parking maximums at the moment, but we're not aware that developers hardly ever hit those because they're very, very high. So as part of our report back next year, we would be looking to do analysis and research and come back with recommendations.
We won't be looking at that until we get a really good handle on the parking minimum issue before.
Yeah, well, it's a phased approach. So as part of the next phase, we will come back with recommendations around that.
And my other question is I love when we compare to other places and see how they're doing, but I always want to make sure we're doing apples to apples comparisons. So I noticed Edmonton was mentioned a few times in there. And it's great to compare, but Edmonton they're about twice our population, I think, but they're about 6 times our size, and their density is about 5 or 6 times less than Vancouver. So how do we take into account comparing these two cities that are very different when it comes to population and density?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. You should always be doing those, as you say, apples to apples comparisons. And I think there's a number of examples in the report, and the fact that maybe we haven't seen such a sort of an obvious decrease in the parking supplies that's been proposed in Edmonton is maybe a reflection of that less dense city, perhaps. And there were other examples in there where we have seen other changes. So,
okay, thank you. Those are my questions, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great report and background information. Really appreciate it. I'm interested in digging a little deeper. The West End, where I live, is it still the case that about 50% of people walk to work in the West End? I'm seeing head nods.
Yes, yeah, about. It's like a very, very high walk mode share.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. And are we thinking about that in terms of putting, I guess, a lot more density near employment lands, like where there is a lot of work, jobs, etc. I mean, matching the two, because that's what it is in the West End. That, people walking to downtown where there's a lot of jobs, right? A lot of density of housing nearby.
Yeah, I could have one.
I know that's more planning than transportation, but Lon, I'm sure you can answer.
Yeah, in fact, one of the values of adding residential density close to jobs is the walk mode share. We saw that with the downtown as a really good example, because over a period where the number of jobs increased quite, like say by, I think it was 10 to 15%, the population that lived downtown doubled. And we're not even close to how many people could live downtown and also walk to work because the number of jobs is so high. Central Broadway, second biggest job center in the province. So of course, as we see housing coming to Central Broadway, we expect walk mode share to increase dramatically.
Yeah, that's great. It certainly is smart development. It sounds like it is a smart development. You talked about transportation demand management, TDM, and when there is a development that is going through staff, what role do staff play in terms of suggesting the kinds of TDM techniques that might be used? For example, increasing transit subsidies. I mean, is that all up to the applicant, or do we actually provide them with kind of a list of possibilities and ones that are the most effective?
Yeah, so the current TDM system, as you say, it's kind of like a point system. So there's a long list of options for them to choose from. And depending on the parking reduction that they're looking for, they need to achieve a certain number of points, which is why at the moment, like, there can be a reasonable amount of back and forth between staff and the applicant, like figuring out that balance. So part of the proposal is to kind of simplify that process. So you're just sort of picking from a limited menu of options, which, as I said, like, should speed up kind of review processes and such, because there isn't that kind of back and forth anymore.
What isn't, I mean, from just a sheer engineering or transportation point of view and trying to shift mode share away from cars and vehicles, what are the sort of best TDM tech choices, I guess?
Yeah, well, I think providing kind of often Modo car share vehicles and stalls is a fairly popular one. Also, I'd say like transit subsidies is another kind of major one as well, right?
I haven't been hearing about that as much, so it's interesting to me, yeah.
Yeah, and actually TransLink have made some changes recently, meaning especially on the non-residential side, it should be easier to get transit passes for like kind of office developments and stuff as well. So.
You made a comment in your presentation about the fact that in the Central Business District, there has been a decrease in parking capacity. Why?
Well, you want to answer that one? Yeah. I could guess.
Well, it's just because we've been demolishing parkades that provided surplus parking and replacing them with actual buildings. And so surface parking lots that are out there today, or parkades, structured parking that are removed, and less parking goes in.
Okay, so it's more a development issue, a use of land issue, rather than focus on changing mode share.
It's not too long that you could look back when there was a lot of parking in the east side of the city just after Expo 86, lots and lots of surface parking lots. And over time, those have been removed.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I think I'm close to other time, so thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I move for second round before I begin?
Yeah, we need a seconder. All in favor say yay. Opposed say nay. Okay, motion passed.
Thank you. Yeah, I have a number of questions, and I really appreciate the very fulsome report. I'll try to fire through some of these. And we brought this motion, or I brought this motion forward, and it was titled Open Option Parking 2 years ago and a bit. And now we also have sort of the provincial legislation that's coming down. So I wonder if staff can comment. I know there's still analysis going on, but generally speaking, how we think that's going to impact what's being proposed in this report, and if that's going to require us to go further, faster.
I expect that we're still ahead of the game on this. Like I say, I think the provincial changes align very nicely with the work that's happened already, what this report recommends, and what our next steps are. So I don't see any concern with that. I see that as actually a potential benefit.
Okay, so my sense is that Vancouver was already moving in this direction, and we're not necessarily going to be far offside with where.
That's correct. Yeah, we're a bit ahead of the game. Yeah.
Okay, so speaking of being ahead of the game, then the option, and it was the questions raised by Councillor Montague. The motion also called for looking at parking maximums, and I know you said you're coming back with that in 2024. Why do we need to take more time to study that?
I just think we want to get that right. We want to be kind of careful that I think we're going to come back to you, having done a reasonable amount of analysis and kind of, again, weighing up those pros and cons. Like, about kind of setting that maximum, at the right point, that it does make a difference and it does contribute towards our policy objectives while not restricting the attractiveness for developers to develop sites. So I think
Okay, and in consideration, in terms of looking at the parking maximums, would staff be looking at things like any variation in requirements relative to proximity to transit to tenure type, for example? Would we get down to that level of distinguishing between strata and rental?
I think all of those things would be on the table and would be part of our report back and analysis, yeah.
Okay. So one of the benefits, as many articulate, obviously environmental benefits, increased housing supply, improved financial viability of projects, and we know a lot of rental projects potentially are being shelved because of economic conditions. But the other one was the speed, or positively impacting the speed of the development process. Of staff, can you give us a sense, have we done an assessment, or how will we track? How will this help us towards getting towards the council mandated 3331, and what type of time would this shave off a development application for a typical multi-story rental building, or, for example, or multifamily building, housing building?
Hi, thanks for the question. Andrea Law, General Manager, Development, Buildings and Licensing. We haven't really got into the details yet in terms of what that will look like in terms of an application and the review time. I think we anticipate it will be significant, but we don't have the numbers on that yet.
Okay, so you're not willing to give me a frame of reference?
Yeah, I would love to, but yeah, we're just not quite there yet.
Okay, well, let me ask the question a different way. Will we, because it will be difficult to track. Once you have a new regulation, it's the regulation, but would we be looking at identifying a couple of sample projects? Like, how would we be able to kind of demonstrate that difference? It'll be like, here was a project that was in the hopper, or here was one that was done before and after. Like, how will we be able to?
Yeah, I think we'll need to see a project through to completion in terms of not only the permitting, but construction, to really get a sense of the efficiencies we're seeing through this approach. But yeah, there's an opportunity to look at specific projects and how we can compare those two.
Okay. And I mean, it's fair to say that staff spend a fair amount of time discussing parking with proponents? Because I hear that
Yes.
from the proponent side, that we're having dynamic conversations about how much parking is needed.
Yes, it's an ongoing conversation, and it's obviously something there's a lot of back and forth through the application process itself. So yeah, there's a real opportunity there to
So if we eliminate a variability, then
Yeah.
that can be much clearer. Okay, and make sites more viable, like the example that was given, I think, on Seymour, or I've heard of other things on areas like Shopping West Fourth, where you could have an infill, but it's just not feasible to put any parking, but you could get some rental housing units.
Yeah, real opportunity there.
Okay. The next question I wanted
30 seconds.
The next question I want to ask, I'll cede it and come back for the answer, and that is really about whether or not you have any comment as to whether or not we see this being a generational change. I know people are nervous about parking, but if you want to think about that one, and I'll come back on for the answer. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Carr.
Thanks. I think I'll probably go into my second round with this question. I knew I wouldn't have had time for the answer. So I just did have one final question, and that is really around if we're eliminating the minimums, that may mean, of course, no need to dig underground for and create these concrete heavy parkades. So I understand that there are some costs and some timing savings that are a benefit. Can you speak to the climate benefits of that? I mean, the concrete is, problematic in terms of GHGs.
Thanks, Councillor. Matt Horn, Manager of Climate Mitigation. So it was highlighted in the deck briefly, but yeah, as developers choose to develop less parking, there'll be less concrete, less steel. We see like a very minor reduction in vehicle ownership as well as sort of some of the estimates we've done. So we did work with Liquor Geospatial to estimate what those benefits would be. Each parking stall is responsible for about 9 to 11 tons of carbon pollution. If we sort of add that up on a citywide basis, we don't know exactly how developers will respond, but we made a couple estimates, one of a 20% reduction in parking supply. If we look at a 2030, that would be about 26,000 tons in cumulative reduction. So relatively significant compared to other types of actions the city can take.
That's awesome. Good on you for those statistics. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Okay.
That's your question, Councillor.
That is my question.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Clausen. Go ahead.
A few quick questions, and thanks again for this report. Great work. Is it too early for us to determine what the impacts have been for the elimination of parking minimums in downtown in 2019, either positive or negative? Are we seeing some indications that outcomes that we're looking for are starting to happen?
Yeah, I think there's been 10 buildings that have kind of been approved since that time. And for the strata projects, there wasn't a lot of difference, or there's kind of zero difference. They're still building like above the 2019 minimums. But for the market and non-market units that have been approved, we have seen a substantial reduction in the number of parking stalls that have been proposed. Yeah.
And just been curious, what efforts have been made so far to engage with the public and relevant stakeholders with regards to some of our decision making?
Yeah, for sure. It's a good question. As you know, we've been kind of working on this for a while, and like a version of it came as part of the climate emergency parking plan. So we've actually been engaging with stakeholders over the last kind of 2-3 years on this. So yes, there's been a lot of engagement with like industry and developers on this.
And how do we predict that feedback from residents, businesses, other stakeholders will be considered in the implementation of the plan?
Well, I mean, every project kind of stands on its own. So, and again, like if there are concerns about kind of parking spillover and things, like I think that's where we would look back to kind of marrying that to the on-street parking regulation. And the suggestion is when we'll come back to you next year, we'll have suggestions and recommendations around being more proactive in managing that on-street supply to kind of counter some of that.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Kirby, please continue.
Yeah, I wanted to go back because obviously people have concerns, and I think the phased approach makes sense in terms of bringing people along. But can you comment in terms of some of the discussion or engagement or with different proponents that bring rental buildings forward, whether or not we're potentially anticipating a generational shift, that people are not owning cars as much today, whether it's by choice or because they've grown up with car share or affordability issues? Obviously, we're planning for the future, so I'm looking for a sense of what staff's perspective is on that.
Thank you for your question. Lisa Morishita, Transportation Planning Engineer. You're absolutely right. There is a generational change in how people get around. Mode share for folks under 44 is much higher. For sustainable modes, you're looking at 30 to 45%. And for folks over 45 years old, it's more like 50 or 55%. So this is definitely something that may have a different reaction for a younger population, certainly.
Okay, because sort of some people grew up and like hit the motor vehicle branch when they were 16 on day one to get it, and today some people don't have driver's licenses at all.
That's
that what we're
accurate,
looking
yeah.
Okay. And what are we hearing in terms of projects in the hopper? Do we have any sense that if there's any projects where this would actually tip the viability factor? Are we aware of any tangible examples that we have that would move forward with passing of these changes?
We shared that one example in the presentation of that building in the downtown with like a very narrow frontage that's currently in for a development permit, and that wouldn't have been able to be constructed like if there had been a parking requirement there, just because the site is like very narrow. So that's one example. I'm not aware of any others off the top of my head.
Okay, and then the last, and just clarifying one point I heard earlier, the last example of the new office project on Melville, I attended that opening where you said there's 161 spaces. What was the percent lower than if?
It was about 60% lower.
60?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we would have had
Pretty
triple the amount
substantial.
of stalls.
Yeah, exactly. It was 161 that they provided, and that was a 60% reduction on what they would have had to provide previously.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move the recommendations.
There's a speaker for this.
Oh, we have a speaker. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kirby. So this is the end of the question from Council. We will now hear from the registered speaker for this report. So we have one registered speaker on the line. The first speaker is Marcus Weber. Is Marcus on the line? Please go ahead, Marcus. You have 3 minutes. Is Marcus on the line? Okay.
Yes, if you could just give us a moment.
Okay, thanks.
The speaker should be on the line. Is speaker number 1? Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks, speaker. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Yeah, I'll keep my comments short. I'm definitely in favor of the motion. I think that the only problem I have is that it's only limited to the Broadway area. I think we could take the opportunity and expand that to other places that we want more housing.
Okay, thank you, Marcus. Thank you for speaking to council. This is the end of our speakers list. Thanks, speaker, for speaking to council. Would someone like to move a motion for report 1? Moved by Councillor Kirby, seconded by Councillor Carr. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this moving forward. I think that this is where the city needs to go. It's been 2 years, and so I'm hopeful that we can move a bit more quickly, and I'm happy to hear that in 2024, we're going to get kind of the thoughtful, considered approach back in terms of implementing parking maximums, because I think that's the next step and part of ensuring that we don't have an oversupply of parking. I think that having an arbitrary minimum did not provide the flexibility to the market to build. It's when I cast my mind back and I think of all the different public hearings that we have sat in, I'm reminded of some developers who brought projects forward and asking them after, in the difference between different rental projects, they would cite that, well, I had one that was near rapid transit. We built parking because we had to per the bylaw, and it was never used. And then we had another one that was further away. For example, it was still a rental tenure, and some of that parking was more subscribed, which based on sort of the the access to the transit and the amenities. And so I can think of many examples like that where people said we would have built less and therefore it would have helped the economics of the project and would have substantially reduced the carbon emissions. As we all know, it's buildings and transportation, and the 12 to 20% reduction in a new building is very significant. I think that the phased approach is a thoughtful one. We've seen it in downtown. The West End and Broadway plan have excellent walkability and transit access. So it only makes sense. I do think that this is a generational shift in terms of how people travel. I think part of when we first had these early discussions, people were concerned about things like service vehicles, accessibility, people visiting. And I'm glad that staff clarified that this applies to general purpose parking only, and it doesn't impact all of those uses. That's particularly important when we're considering an accessible city and we need people to be able to get in and to service the building. But I can think of also so many unique sites where you can pop up in some of the village nodes. For example, the 26 village nodes we're looking at, small, irregularly shaped, or they have specific soil conditions where I can think of one on West 4th. There was a project that somebody said would be viable if they didn't have to put parking in, but they couldn't build it. And so you couldn't have rental above the shops. And so that would have conflicted, for example, with our direction to really accelerate development of the 26 village nodes. So this makes a whole lot of sense to me from an environmental perspective and an economic one, and anything that can make it easier to deliver housing economically and deliver it faster and streamline the process is fully aligned, I think, with this council's objectives and what we want to do. So I appreciate all the work that staff have done, and I'm looking forward to the parking maximums report coming back next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. I will echo what my colleague with Councillor Kirby Young said. I'm happy to support this, excited to see it move forward. Also looking forward to the work on maximums, the broader work on eliminating parking minimums and other curbside management and other parking measures across the whole of the city. And I am excited about the simplificate, this is so nerdy to say. I'm excited about the simplification of the transportation demand management measures and how we use that as a tool to make it a lot easier for people to choose other modes of transportation. I particularly see a lot of benefit in expanding car share and where we can use new builds as an opportunity to create an electrified a charging space for car share so that our local companies, particularly Modo, can have an opportunity to expand electric options in their fleet. I think that's incredibly important, and we know that the easier and more convenient it is for people to see and access a shared vehicle, the more likely they're able to use it. So I look forward to not just eliminating minimums and looking at maximums, but also really improving the viability and ease of all of those other options that we know make it so much easier for people to get away from a reliance on private vehicle use. So thank you for all of this good work.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Thanks. Well, it's going to be a little repeat of the same points, I think. Indeed, this is, I think, first of all, thank you, staff, for an excellent report and some solid recommendations for us to move forward with in the city that make a whole lot of sense from, as Councillor Kirby Young said, both an economic and environmental point of view. So I'm really pleased with seeing and hearing evidence that from an economic point of view, these kinds of reductions of minimums actually increase viability of some projects, reduce time, reduce money, and I'm particularly pleased to hear the statistics on the reduction of GHGs. I think it's something we have to be thinking about for all the moves we make at the city level. So by 2030, reducing 26,000 tons of GHG makes me happy. I'm also really cognizant that there is a generational mode shift going on. There is a change, and to some degree, the changes have already happened in places where we make it easy for that mode shift to take place, such as in the West End when we put density next to employment lands and job lands. So we can do that, but generationally, there's also, we could be serving the new generations who are more interested in not owning a car, but getting around in other modes of transportation which are environmentally friendly. So yeah, this is good work in sync with where we need to head as a city and a world. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Clausen.
Thanks, Chair. I'm probably going to be echoing some of what we've just heard, but broadly speaking, very supportive and pleased of the work the staff has done on this one. I think it helps us to strike an important balance, on demand, but also really addressing what I believe is sort of the evolving thinking about how we design and build our cities around the requirements for parking, and reducing them is the way to go. Obviously, the climate impacts and reductions of GHGs is a fantastic outcome of some of these changes from construction and obviously from vehicle use. But we're seeing a real, again, sort of change, generational change that we've been hearing about. The presence of telehealth, remote work, rideshare services, bike share services, delivery services. So we're really seeing how we certainly get around, and certainly how we access some services is completely changing. And of course, the emphasis on creating walkable, desirable communities and neighborhoods is going to, again, take that incentive away to have that single vehicle to park wherever you need to go. So very supportive, and thank you again, staff, and I look forward to the progress on this work.
Thanks, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just to chime in, and happy to support this. And I want to acknowledge that Councillor Kirby Young brought this motion forward, I think, back in 2020. Yeah, and this has been something that I think is long overdue in the city of Vancouver. And when I look to dense Asian cities, dense European cities, nobody builds apartments with underground parking in them. And the notion that like 20 units of parking could cost a rental building $1 million at least just to add that underground parking, and just how contrived and constrained that is to try and build in a dense environment. This is totally overdue, and it's exciting to see what I think is kind of unanimous support coming from council on this. And I just, it's all been said, but I feel like conversation about parking wouldn't be complete without a little quote from the granddaddy of parking minimums, Donald Shoup. Donald argued that minimum parking requirements subsidize cars, increase traffic congestion, pollute the air, encourage sprawl, increase housing costs, degrade urban design, prevent walkability, damage the economy, and penalize people who cannot afford a car. And so when we talk about building the housing that we need to get in the city of Vancouver, when we talk about transit-oriented development, when we talk about livable, walkable communities, and climate emergency and all the things, this is a step in the right direction. Super happy to support it. Thanks to staff for the amazing work on, I know it's been a long time getting this forward, but appreciate that we're now getting there. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Councillor Fry. So this is the end of the discussion. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel. And Council, please register your vote. Okay, so the report passed unanimously. Perfect. Thanks, staff. Thanks, everyone. Okay, so report number 2 was adopted on consent. So we're going to move to report number 3. So this item is the commercial vehicle permit program improvements. Does any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? Okay, seeing none. This report was held by Councillor Kirby Young. So, Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions to team members. Councillor Kirby Young, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I held this report after a lot of reflection because I do think that staff did some good work in analyzing and showed that Vancouver parking fees are modest for commercial vehicles relative to other cities. And we do want to continue to support the economy and make sure that we have sufficient loading spaces. However, I think similar to what we just heard with parking, sometimes there is an art to when changes are implemented. And what we're hearing, I think, a lot from the business community right now is that they are feeling the impacts of a number of increasing costs and affordability, and not just in the commercial vehicles that are servicing folks, but those costs are getting passed along to end consumers. And, just today we heard last couple of days, Vancouver's the highest rental prices, looking at gas, food costs. I think food insecurity across the country is going up from 18% to 23%. And these costs continue to get passed along. I know we're also seeing a lot of businesses that are struggling to pay back their CEBA loans. And so in an effort to strike a balance here, supportive of the recommendations as staff have put them together. But what I'm hearing from community is time to implement, that they are feeling really hit with additional costs right now. And so I submitted an amendment.
Okay, so let me move you to the amendment queue. So can you add yourself there? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. And so the amendment proposes to defer the implementation to 2025 versus 2024, simply with that sort of, I guess, consideration of needing to support a viable economy and leveraging fees that are fair and equitable for what they are. But I think as we've seen with parking, it makes sense to bring people along in these journeys. And that's where I'm sensing that people are at right now. So that's the spirit of the amendment.
Yeah, sorry, Council. So we need to have a mover for the main motion first.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. I'll move the main recommendations first.
Moved by Councillor Kirby Young, second by Councillor Fry.
Thanks.
And we also need a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Clausen, second. Okay. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yes. Yeah.
The amendment.
Sorry, Chair. I'm wondering if through you I could ask some questions of staff.
Yes.
To this amendment. Staff, does moving the implementation to totally alive to the fact that inflation and business environment is tough right now, does moving this implementation to 2025 impact budget considerations coming forward? Are we reliant on this for?
Yeah, if I could, Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. First of all, I just want to speak to the intent of the changes. Actually, it was actually to sell more permits. The existing program actually is quite unattractive to most service providers or delivery companies because it only pertains to stopping in commercial lanes downtown and in commercial loading zones, where this change would actually allow them to park in residential parking permits. It actually allows for stopping across the entire city. That would come, so it's a value-added product. As a result of that, we're anticipating, and also making the changes simplified and online. So we're expecting to sell a lot more permits as a result of these changes, and that attractiveness plus the increase in fee. I think we had budgeted $1 million of additional revenue.
Yeah, so the draft budget that council will see contemplates $900,000 in 2024 for this program. So yeah, that would be the revenue loss, or foregone revenue, I should say, that would need to be made up in 2024.
And to be clear, for commercial vehicles, of course, they can choose to purchase this as a stopping fee. If they have no use for it, they don't, of course, even if they have a commercial vehicle, they don't need to purchase it. But for people, who have to stop in multiple locations in business areas, they don't have to feed the meter because they can stop at parking spaces up till 11 a.m. They can park close to the business or close to the residence to do their servicing, whether it's a plumber or something like that. So it's really offering a new product in many sense. It's a kind of morphing a system that we have inherited from the province.
So if I may, Chair, so this was a result of consultation with industry then, and you talked to businesses and they've reflected that this was something they would like to see, presumably sooner than later.
Yeah, do you want to, Alina, do you want to speak to that? I'll just introduce Alina, or introduce yourself.
Yeah. My name's Cameron Perkin. I'm a transportation engineer. So earlier this year, we did stakeholder engagement. We ran a survey with BAAs, with current commercial vehicle decal holders, trying to see what they'd be interested in having for this program. And one of the big takeaways was that right now it's hard to access residential homes. So one of the things that we were bringing forward is allowing these vehicles to park during daytime hours in these areas. So for example, say there's an area with residential permit parking, they would now be able to stop there, park there for up to 3 hours, do whatever business they're doing in that area, and then kind of move on with their day, where they may have had to park, 5 blocks away if there was a large area of residential permit parking. So that was the main change that we were bringing forward. And then the other change was to extend the amount of time that people can stop at meters, just an extra half an hour, just to give them a little bit more flexibility with parking in busy commercial areas, kind of before that noon rush comes in, and you have all of the kind of general public stopping there for lunch or activities and things like that.
I appreciate all that. I live in a residential parking area, and I know the struggle is real when it comes to trades and deliveries and all that kind of stuff when they're double parked or they're trying to park in alleys and stuff. Okay, I appreciate that, and I think, and I definitely appreciate the presumed intention of Councillor Kirby Young in bringing this amendment forward to reflect the real inflationary pressures, but I think that this actually is a value add, as staff have suggested, and meets some specific needs. So I won't be supporting this amendment to defer to 2025. I think moving ahead with 2024 makes sense to me. And obviously, if we're accounting for $1 million in the budget, it also creates a bit of a wrinkle as far as what we're about to deliberate in the coming weeks. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll echo those comments. I really appreciate the balance that's gone into this and the value add in the program. And I too am worried about creating a $900,000 gap in the budget we have coming forward in a few weeks that we know already has significant pressures on it. So I won't be supporting the amendment, but I'm happy to support the report as a whole.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, I'm actually really appreciating this conversation because I think that these are the kinds of discussions that we should be having at council, and it's a fine balance sometimes between walking through fairly valuing a benefit, in this case use of public space, supporting the business community, balancing affordability, and this is a bit gray for me. It's not 100% black and white, but I think that we do need to try to find the right area and strike that balance. I guess one of the questions, and maybe if I can ask a follow up through you, Chair, to the city manager is in addition to the fact that this is a new product, can staff comment, I don't know if it's, or if maybe transportation staff want to do this actually, if how much of the thinking was around raising the undervalued fees versus the new product? Because we certainly heard that in the analysis between, and I'm trying to sort of square those in my head, the analysis between Vancouver's rates are lower, and then we're also hearing this is a value-added product. So.
Thank you for that question. So it's an interesting product that we inherited. When I say inherited, just because the Union of BC Municipalities through the province managed a commercial vehicle licensing program for many, many years, 20 years of no change, and they basically had kept the same rate. In 2019, they decided that the program had no value or had very low value, and so they are eliminating it. At that time, we had an issue just because we had been taken advantage of, or we've been using that decal as a way for our own parking enforcement officers to know when a vehicle is permitted to stop in a commercial lane. Commercial lanes are really important for us to keep them moving, and also in commercial vehicle zones. And so we basically took the same rate, changed our laws so that this became a stopping fee. So there was very little thought, but we had to kind of quickly do that. So when so in this report, where we're looking to both kind of right-size the price for sure, because it's very undervalued and hadn't seen any increase, but also expand the utility to the service providers and delivery services.
So just to reflect back, if I can, to say what I'm hearing is it is about two things. It's about, so it will increase costs for existing holders, but it will also sell new through a value-added product. So the cost will go up to the existing holders, but they'll also get additional benefits.
That's correct.
So we have intersecting factors, right?
That's correct. So it's a combo of both. And of course, we have a staged incremental cost in 2024 and then 2025. So that table's on page 6.
Okay, and is it kind of like you buy the whole enchilada, or it's sort of a la carte, like you can buy your existing product and then you can have this value add for the residential zones?
We were trying to keep it simple by having one product that would be potentially attractive to a lot more commercial vehicles. We sell about 10,000 permits now. Our hope is to sell thousands and thousands of more permits, actually, just because we think that a lot of people don't take advantage of the commercial vehicle permit.
Okay. But if you're the existing person and you don't care about the other benefits, your costs are going to go up. If you're a
That's
new
right.
person.
So in the case of the low vehicles, it would be from $27 to $50 a year.
Yeah.
And then ultimately in 2025 to $100 a year.
Okay. Chair, if I can, I actually really appreciate this conversation, and I'm convinced by the dialogue around the table with my council colleagues and with staff, and so I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby. We don't need a seconder for this, hey, do we? Second, okay. Second by Councillor Dominado. All in favor say yea?
Yay.
Opposed say nay? Okay, so the amendment was withdrawn. Okay, let's go back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, you're the next one in the main queue.
I'm sorry. I was just going to reiterate, I think, some of the points that were made, which is this is definitely a response of staff to concerns raised within not just around the fee, but a response to real concerns around people in the industry with commercial licenses, commercial vehicles, who are having great difficulty. And I bet there's not one of us around the table who hasn't seen somebody driving a commercial vehicle that's been having difficulties trying to find parking, or parking in the end in some place that's not necessarily legal, and it being a real frustration both for them and for other drivers and people who own property where the parking is in front of. So for me, this is a logical thing. I'm really appreciative of the consultation that staff have done and the development of a product that meets needs, overcomes, I would expect it will overcome the actual frustrations being felt by people in the industry. And I like the idea that there'll be more permits sold, so people will be parking in legal spots. And so I'm very supportive of the measures here.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks. more a question as well as just comments. Generally supportive of this. Lon, you were at the BIA meeting with me when we met with a bunch of BIAs, and the subject of curbside management for Amazon delivery vans came up. And I'm wondering if this is something that the team has been looking at as a consideration. Apparently, it's a bigger problem than I realized it was for commercial business districts. A lot of those kind of issues. Is that something that's contemplated in this work or in future work? And totally don't want to put you on the spot if it's not ready for prime time.
Well, I mean, the fact is we're seeing just a lot more deliveries of all types. And so, yes, this is in response to that, but also in response to, like I say, the plumber, the electrician, or someone who needs to service a site. Being close to it is actually a really valuable thing for them because often they have equipment or items to move. And so it's also in response to that. In the commercial district, of course, this is going to be very helpful for businesses that use those parking spaces, which are not very well occupied, as mentioned before, 11 a.m. in the early morning hours. We don't see the parking, but they wouldn't have to feed the meter every time to legally park there, because it's almost like pay once, and then, of course, they can stop as many times in all the different areas of this, in all the BIAs, if it's a bread truck or whatever.
So this licensing scheme would be applicable to an Amazon delivery van kind of scenario.
Should they apply for it? Yeah.
Yeah, well, I would assume they would.
I mean, it's their choice. Yeah.
A second follow-up question, and just this is on, and I sent an inquiry to staff a while back, and it's germane to the kind of emergent conversation we're having around corner stores in residential neighborhoods, and that is commercial parking permits within residential neighborhoods, recognizing that we'll have where we want the idea of walkable cities, 15-minute cities. We want to have corner stores that will often come with like a commercial vehicle that will need to have parking in what might be, in my neighborhood of Strathcona, a residential parking neighborhood, Sprinter type vans that are bigger than a car, but they're servicing a store in a residential neighborhood that we are encouraging, but we don't actually have a program for them to park that vehicle there overnight or whatever the case may be within a residential parking permit if they don't live in the neighborhood.
That's correct. I mean, that's exactly what we heard from the consultation, was the struggles in parking in areas for deliveries and for servicing in areas that are residential or heavily metered.
But this program is a time limited thing. I'm talking about potentially if we have a commercial vehicle that's for the corner store that we've encouraged to show up. How are we going to accommodate them parking their vehicle there, say overnight or whatever, as one might in a residential permanent zone?
We actually don't allow overnight parking.
No. Can we expect something coming forward in the context of this work?
I mean, at this point, no. We generally discourage using the streets to store commercial vehicles. For extended periods, and overnight would be that example. If we did start permitting it, we anticipate there would be a significant problem because as it is, that's a challenge for people to store those vehicles.
Yeah, okay, well, maybe that's something to come back to in the strictly in the context of corner stores and residential neighborhoods and that kind of thing. Okay, thank you. Otherwise, happy with this report. And happy to support.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to provide one final quick comment, and that is that I really did appreciate the conversation, and I think that in an era of unprecedented unaffordability, we need to be kind of having these open discussions and figuring out where the sweet spot is and the right balance between benefits to the business community, managing our assets and keeping our city moving, like literally, and business flowing, and where the affordability impact is. So I'm hopeful that we will get some information back on this, maybe sort of an update report. I know we get an annual streets and transportation update report from the transportation team. This would be a good topic to include in that or otherwise, so we can get a sense of how these things are working, and if it's going swimmingly, fantastic. Sometimes there's adjustments that can be made as you implement new policies, but I would really welcome the chance to sort of hear back on how that is working and if it would benefit from any sort of tweaking. But I think that we can't, I don't think it's ever wasted time in terms of figuring out that right intersect between affordability and kind of moving our policy forward in a densifying city. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Councillor. So this is the end of the discussion, so I'm not going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen, and Council, please register your vote. Okay, so this report passed unanimously. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, report 4 and 5 was adopted on consent. So now we're going to move to the council members' motion. Okay, the first one is motion 1, request for leave of absence. We have the following request. Councillor Kirby for civic business on November 29th, 2023 from 9 a.m. to 10:15 a.m. Do we have a mover? Moved by Councillor Carr, second by Councillor Montague. Councillor, is there any discussion? Yeah, November 29th. Okay, so I guess we need to withdraw this motion. We need a seconder for this, right? Clerk? And the mover of the motion is Councillor Carr. And do we need a seconder for this? With second by Councillor Dominado. Okay, so this motion is withdrawn. Oh, all in favor say yea. Opposed say nay. Okay, so this motion carries unanimously. All right, so any other items? Councillor Kirby, you have no? Councillor Fry?
Am I on the list?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think that was back on the parking.
Okay, perfect. All good. Awesome. So that concludes motion 1 on the agenda. We are now move to the motion 2, unlocking Shaughnessy, building affordable housing options for all of us. This is moved and introduced by the Councillor Boyle. Council member may not ask questions for the mover. Councillor Boyle, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion, please. There we go.
Thank you very much. So we know that we are in a housing crisis. This council has spoken a lot about the housing crisis and the need to be building much more housing across all income levels in every part of the city. This motion asks that we look at Shaughnessy as one of the key places to be adding that housing. Council will know that because of specific heritage protections, Shaughnessy has not seen the amount of new housing and new neighbors that many other parts of the city have. And in fact, over my lifetime, the population of Shaughnessy has decreased by 20%, while the population of the city as a whole has increased by more than 50%, and the population of Metro Vancouver has increased by 150%. When one neighborhood, central neighborhood, is not adding more neighbors, it puts added pressure on other neighborhoods, other amenities across the city, and it means more people are living further out in the region and having to take longer commutes into their work. So for livability reasons, for climate reasons, for equity reasons, it's important that we build more housing options for people at all income levels in this beautiful central neighborhood so that more people can live close to their work, so that more people can appreciate and enjoy the beautiful heritage buildings, the excellent tree canopy, and can build a walkable, vibrant neighborhood right in the heart of Vancouver.
Hey, thank you, Councillor Boyle. Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Carr. We have a registered speaker for this motion, so now we're going to hear from the public. The first one is Charles Eric. Is Charles on the line?
Hello.
Hey, please go ahead, Charles. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Sorry. Can you hear me? Hello.
Sorry, Charles, we couldn't hear you very clear.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just in the office at work. I have to step outside so you can hear me.
Okay, much better now. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. Hi, Mayor and Council. Like many Vancouverites, I've grown ever more frustrated with the housing situation in the city, and so I'm really glad to see 3 separate council motions on housing today. And I'm especially pleased to be able to speak in favor of Councillor Boyle's motion on land use changes within Shaughnessy, and I hope that you'll pass it. The first Shaughnessy zoning schedule is appalling. as the first line calls for the preservation of the area's, quote, estate character. And I really don't think that our land use provisions should ensure that this area remains exclusively for the wealthy few, and that should be done in law. Shaughnessy really is the perfect place for more density, as Councillor Boyle has mentioned. It minimizes displacement of residents, given that the majority of owners are, or the majority of residents are owners, and it's relatively low density. The large lot sizes mean that the actual per square foot cost of land in Shaughnessy is cheaper than a standard city lot, and the large lots avoid the challenge of land assembly. And actually, as expensive as Shaughnessy is, the land is really undervalued. Landowners in Shaughnessy are in effect subsidized by other residents of Vancouver because the first Shaughnessy zoning schedule prohibits any use of that land to house more people. Vancouverites, we don't benefit from preserving the estate and heritage nature of Shaughnessy. We should prioritize building new houses in Shaughnessy where the land is cheaper, with fewer displaced residents, and instead of what we currently do, which is building dense new housing in place of slightly dense older housing. In 2019, City Council was presented with a proposal to replace a Shaughnessy mansion with a set of rental townhouses. Councillors Fry, Carr, Bligh, and Kirby Young all voted against it, with Councillors Boyle and Dominato in favor, for various reasons. Fortunately, the applicant chose to reapply instead of just building a mansion, and because of the uproar over the first vote, it was approved. And since then, Shaughnessy has actually been removed from the secured rental policy, which means even less housing can be built there. I think it's high time that we change this, and so thank you for Councillor Boyle for bringing this forward, and I hope you all support it. I think amendments to study adding more market housing in Shaughnessy would also be beneficial in addition to what Councillor Boyle has proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Charles. The second speaker is Marcus Weber again. Is Marcus on the line?
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thanks a lot. Yeah, I think this is a great measure. I think Shaughnessy is a fantastic place to put new moderate density. So the original plan for Shaughnessy was either implicitly or explicitly towards preserving it for a specific race of people and a specific class of people. And the fact that that has continued until 2023 is a bit of a black eye for this city. The average price for homes in Shaughnessy is $8 to $10 million. It's 360% higher than the national average, which is really crazy even for Vancouver. When you exclude buildings, specific buildings, and really preserve only one type, you're actually excluding people. So really, Shaughnessy is a millionaires or billionaires enclave right now, or for people who have owned for a very long time. So if you go through Shaughnessy, it's supposed to be protecting heritage buildings, but a lot of the buildings have actually walls and hedges around them. You can't even see the supposed heritage. It lacks places like corner stores. It lacks community meeting places, which could be generated by allowing new density, especially moderate density. And I think there is across the province, provincially, federally, and even areas like the District of Squamish, they just passed a measure taking away public hearings for affordable housing in all zones. So I think having a specific enclave where we, through law, through city bylaw, we disallow whole classes of buildings doesn't make any sense. So I hope we'll pass this measure. I think it'll bring us into this century and allow people of all classes and all races to enjoy a beautiful neighborhood.
Hey, thanks, Marcus. Thanks for speaking to council again. The third speaker is Jen Jonathan Liu. Is Jen Jonathan Liu on the line?
Yeah, I'm on the line. I oppose this motion. A couple of reasons. First of all, is the historical preservation concerns. So while the motion acknowledged the importance of heritage protection, the rapid transformation of a historically significant neighborhood like Shaughnessy could lead to a loss of architectural and cultural heritage. This is not just about preserving buildings, but also about maintaining the historical characters, narrative of the area. Second reason, environmental impact. So the motion mentions the benefits of a tree canopy coverage in the Shaughnessy. Intensive development could threaten this green coverage. so potentially leading to reduced air quality, loss of habits of the local wildlife, and less green space for residents. So the environmental impact of new construction, including increased pollution and the disruption of the existing ecosystem, need a carefully consideration. And the next one, I think, is infrastructure strain, because ending a significant amount of new residents could strain existing infrastructure, including roads, public transport, sewer systems, and public services. While the motion calls for a report on infrastructure upgrades, the feasibility and the cost of such upgrades, as well as time required to implement them, might be significant challenges. So the next one is community dynamics and social impact. So introducing a high density of affordable housing into a neighborhood with a very different socioeconomic profile might lead to a social friction. This could manifest in various ways, including intense over community resources, differing lifestyle expectations, and the challenges in integrating diverse communities. So the last one, I think, is economic feasibilities and the market impact. So the economic impact of such development needs a carefully study. There's a risk that the cost of developing affordable housing in an area like Shaughnessy might be significantly higher than other areas, potentially reducing the overall efficiency of investment in affordable housing. Moreover, this development could have a ripple effect on the local real estate market, potentially impacting housing affordability in the neighborhood area. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jen, Jonathan, Lou. The next speaker is Peter Dowdy. Is Peter here on the line? Hey, please go ahead, Peter. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. My name is Peter Dowdy, and I live in Vancouver, and I'm calling in to support this motion. Shaughnessy has a long history. It was established over a century ago and almost immediately put under the protection of law. It was put under the protection of law in a Canada where the color of your skin determined your eligibility for citizenship, where women were systemically denied political, economic, and social equality, where Indigenous people were wards of the state. It's a Canada that's not recognizable to us today, which is why it is baffling to me that First Shaughnessy continues to receive the protection and subsidy that it does. And make no mistake, it is subsidized. 1 square foot of land underneath a house in Shaughnessy costs substantially less than a square foot of land underneath a house in Renfrew, Collingwood. It really makes no sense. And at best, it is a giveaway to people who buy urban land by the acre. At best, it is preserving a heritage of terrible land use decisions. Over the past few months, we have seen a sea change in how we talk about housing across the nation, and especially in British Columbia, where the transit-oriented development motion put forward by the province promises a radical change to places like First Shaughnessy. It's clear that the future of housing in Canadian metros is dense, affordable housing in walkable communities near transit. And the future of First Shaughnessy should be dense, affordable housing in a walkable community near transit. And that is why I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Speaker number 5, Stuart Smith. Is Stuart on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My name is Stuart Smith. I'm on the board of Abundant Housing Vancouver, and I'm here today to speak in support of the motion to expand housing options in Shaughnessy. The most important reason why we should support this motion is that neighborhoods are not islands. The land use policies that we enact in Shaughnessy or in Fairview or in the West End affect every other neighborhood, and the effect of the current legislation is to push people out. The population of Shaughnessy has declined by about 25%, while outside of Shaughnessy, people are asked to double up, to triple up, to accept less and less space to stay in the city. The status quo policy is also that people who can live in a new apartment can only do so at the expense of people who live in old apartments. So I live in an old apartment in Fairview, and as part of the Broadway plan, the site that I live on has been rezoned for a 25-story building. So, you know, I'll be evicted for a 25-story building, but we're going to say that that building is not good enough for Shaughnessy. So I would say that if a 25-story building is good enough for Kirby, it's good enough for Shaughnessy. If a 25-story building is important enough to evict me, then I'm sure we can put up with a Shaughnessy resident who maybe doesn't want to see somebody who lives in apartments on their street. You know, I would say to people in Shaughnessy who might oppose this, instead of fearing your future neighbors, you could say hello to them. You might even get invited to the housewarming. And finally, the most important reason is just that, you know, if Shaughnessy had done nothing but track Metro or City of Vancouver population changes over the last 15 years, an additional 16,000 people would live in Shaughnessy today. That is still incredibly low density, but it would mean that I would be fighting with 16,000 fewer people to find a place in the city. And that's really the key, is that what we do in Shaughnessy affects every other place in the city. So we can't rewrite the last 50 years, but we can lay the groundwork for the next 50. I would urge you to make Shaughnessy the center of growth and change for Vancouver's next chapter. And I urge you to support this motion and dismantle exclusionary land use more generally. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Thanks, Stuart. Speaker number 6, Owen Brady. Is Owen there on the line?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Please go ahead, Owen.
Good morning, Chair Hsu and Council. My name is Owen Brady with Abundant Housing Vancouver, and I strongly support this motion. Looking back at the last 50 years of Shaughnessy steadily losing population, it's surprising to me that this is even possible in a metro area that has grown so much. The main reasons it's possible are the conversion of industrial land to residential, intensification only in existing apartment areas, and our continuing urban sprawl. None of these are things that we want to continue doing, so we have no choice but to start allowing growth in single-family neighborhoods again. If a pre-1940s building falls in the woods and no one is around to see it, does it make a heritage? There is plenty of room to build more housing in Shaughnessy, even while maintaining heritage buildings, and people will actually be around to see them. This is a central neighborhood. To maximize the welfare of all Metro residents, it should be one of the densest areas in the entire Metro. I don't actually expect a plan that fills Shaughnessy with towers, but we should be talking about 6-story apartment buildings on quiet streets. Multiplexes are not a realistic way to deliver affordability so close to the largest job centers in the province. It's completely backwards to build 60-story towers in Burnaby and not even build mid-rise here. It's like having an empty SkyTrain line. It's also not fair that we intensify already dense areas while this central neighborhood is allowed to become even more exclusive. In closing, I do appreciate all the housing motions at Council lately. Shaughnessy desperately needs more housing and is the first, most obvious place we should build more. Thank you for your time.
All right, thanks, Owen. And do we have other speakers on the line? No. Okay, so this is the end of the speakers list. Thanks everyone for speaking to Council today. Council, is there any discussion? I saw Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I wonder, Chair, if it's an option for me to ask a point of information through you to the mover of the motion?
Absolutely.
Okay. So I wonder if Councillor Boyle, you could define for Council on public record the statement you talk about as that this is Shaughnessy as defined in the City of Vancouver's local planning area boundaries. What are those boundaries?
Good question. In thinking about this motion, was thinking about whether we should be looking only at First Shaughnessy or at the wider neighborhood. So the community boundaries of Shaughnessy are 16th and 41st, and Arbutus and Oak. That's the those are the larger boundaries. And then, of course, First Shaughnessy, as a piece of that, has some of it specific heritage protections, but the motion directs staff to look at the neighborhood more broadly.
Great. Okay. Another question through you to the mover. Thank you. And so, can you describe the deficit of shopping facilities, grocery stores, all the kinds of things that make a sort of complete walkable neighborhood?
Yeah, certainly can. There are along a few of the arterials that circle that boundary, retail outlets, grocery stores, and whatnot. But really, within Shaughnessy, it is, I will say, a very nice place to have a quiet walk. And I know a lot of people bike along Cypress through there, quiet because there are so few cars. But otherwise, quite spread out. And so, as we talk about complete neighborhoods, the motion directs that we look at not only building more housing, but corner stores, shops that allow people to support local businesses and meet some of their needs right within the neighborhood. And the example, I mean, the West End is one great example, because the West End used to be a mansion district, quite like Shaughnessy, and now is one of our most walkable, lively neighborhoods. With mansions still remaining. Yes, and with heritage protections woven in and mansions still.
And one final question through you, and that is around the need to balance existing heritage protections. What have you learned, if you've had any conversation with staff, but how could it be that we could manage to balance the existing heritage protections along with developing increased housing?
It's a great question. I think the West End, again, is an excellent example. So there are, of course, a range of ways. A number of big, beautiful, older buildings in Shaughnessy right now could become multi-family homes, stratified, with a number of families calling them home, and then infill built around them. I know right now we allow coach houses, but we could be doing quite a bit more in terms of infill. I think of the coach houses as kind of like our laneway home effort years ago, but we know we need to go further than that. And then there are also properties that haven't been maintained, or where we could be building, townhomes and mid-rise apartments where the building itself doesn't have heritage value, so that we have a mix of housing types, again, kind of like the West End.
Thank you. That's it for my questions. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominado.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to the City Manager, I just have a couple of questions just with respect to the motion. If the City Manager could just comment on the work underway with respect to this area. As I understand it, I understand that with current zoning and adoption of the missing middle framework and some of the provincial legislation, that we're actually, the opportunities to move to added density is actually in place. I'm just curious if staff could comment on that.
Thanks for the chair. And I know we have Doug Smith online as well. He can supplement the comments here. So yeah, I think specifically in reference to the legislation that's been tabled by the province recently around small scale multi-unit housing, we are still analyzing that. There is regulation pending that will provide more direction and guidance for the City of Vancouver around how it may apply to First Shaughnessy in particular, which is not currently subject to the R11 zoning multiplex. So there are a lot of moving parts here. And some uncertainty in that regard. And I'm not sure if Doug wants to add anything else to that.
I'm not sure if, Doug, are you going to add any further comment? Not seeing.
Not.
Nope.
Maybe that's it. Yeah.
That might be it. Okay. Thank you for that. That's it. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Councillor Montague, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just some comments. I don't think the argument well, I should say the argument that's laid out in the motion, I think, is nonsensical. I don't think it's practical. I don't think we're going to provide any actual density. There's not going to be any measurable supply gained here. I think it's just a distraction for staff that are actually working on viable housing solutions. And I actually think that as I read through this, and I read through it a number of times, I think the motion is actually divisive, and I won't be supporting.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Montague. Councillor Clausen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just again, I'm sort of compelled to ask through you to the city manager. Just this council has been doing a lot of work, and we've been hearing. We've been cautioned about the number of initiatives. Even yesterday, when we were talking about staff capacity, we do have a very broad plan with the missing middle. We have other major initiatives, and of course, we have to respond to some of the initiatives of the province right now. I'm just very curious about staff capacity to undertake another significant planning exercise in addition to the existing work that we're doing right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. So yeah, I think the question around staff capacity is going to be a real constraint for us collectively over the next couple of years, just again, given the aspirations of this council plus the province, the requirements that they're imposing on municipalities. I do think in this case, the way the motion is framed is it requires staff to report back in Q4 2024 with a plan and timeline. So I think we would be able to incorporate those kind of considerations into that report back if staff, or sorry, if council were to endorse the motion. But yeah, in general, we are going to have to make some decisions and I think get some direction from council around prioritization for our planning work because there is a ton on the table.
Thank you. I realize we don't have representative from PDS on the line currently, so I'm not sure if this is a question you can answer yourself to you again through the city to the city manager. The land economics piece here is something that has been flagged. One of the letters of support we received was from the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, who, despite their endorsement of this plan, even acknowledged that the actual land costs associated with this would be prohibitively high. They went as far as to even suggest that the city purchase this land. Does the city have any plan to purchase any properties in Shaughnessy in its current capital acquisitions?
Through the chair, yeah, to this point, Shaughnessy has not been an area that we would be looking at for the, in terms of PEF investments or otherwise, just given the current zoning there. So not at this time.
Okay, thanks very much. I just, with regards to the motion itself, I understand the arguments that were put forward here, but they are absent of any comments about the ability for us to do this in prioritizing all the other work that we have going right now. With regards to the speakers, I heard a lot of comments around the wealthy few, race and class, referencing billionaires, and I honestly believe that language is intended to drive other objectives rather than actually housing. It feels like it's an effort to try and make this more of a way to divide the city rather than bring the city together, which is something that we so desperately need to do right now. So anyway, I'm just thank very much for responding to these questions.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Clausen. I'm on the NICE, so I need to pass the chair to the chair of this committee, Councillor Bligh. Can you, see this chair, please? Okay. I'm gonna ask, also I want through the chairs to ask a few questions to the city manager. So first question is, do we know the new provincial policy will override City of Vancouver's land use policy in Shaughnessy?
Thanks. Through the chair, so that is a question that we're reviewing now. As I indicated, there is regulation pending that will provide more clarity on that. So I don't want to provide a definitive answer for you at this point, Council. That is something that our staff are working hard to understand, and we will be briefing it on shortly. But at this point, it's not entirely clear to me the extent to which provincial legislation, regulation, or policy will apply to Shaughnessy, or what other changes it might require for us.
Okay, thanks. So potentially there is a possibility we can increase the multiplex in the neighborhood.
It's certainly possible that there will be implications for Shaughnessy, yes.
Okay, thanks. So the other question is, have we done any economic testing to see to make the project economically viable in Shaughnessy, how much rent the renter have to pay, and what is the how high the building can go up to?
So through the chair, no, the staff have not done any specific analysis or economic testing in relation to the impact of this particular motion. That was work that would need to be done as a next phase if council were to endorse the resolution.
Thank you. The other question is how this change will affect the ODP for the Shaughnessy area. Do we know any implications, and have we done any evaluation?
So that, again, through the chair, would be part of the work that staff would need to do to identify what the implications would be for the ODP and zoning.
Okay, thanks. And the other question is, does this motion will slow down other key housing initiatives like 3331 or 26 village areas?
Thanks for the question. So in terms of permitting, no, the permitting work, the work we're doing in that respect is largely a separate stream of work. I think with respect to land use planning, though, as I mentioned, there is a lot of work that this council is seeking, as well as that we will now have to do in response to provincial legislation. That work plan is something that we're currently looking to kind of frame in the context of all these requirements and come back to council. So at this point, it's not clear to me where or how this would get prioritized. Again, the way the motion reads is that staff would be coming back by the end of next year with a plan and timeline, and presumably council could address that kind of the sufficiency of that plan and timeline at that time. How this relates to other work, though, is not something we could speak to at this point.
Okay, thanks, City Manager. So, yeah, so I think there's still a lot of questions not answered by this at this stage. So I'm not feeling comfortable to endorse something with so many uncertainties. And also, I heard from different academia saying that the project will not be economically viable in Shaughnessy. And I think also the party of the mover during the campaign really hard for this particular initiative, and the results of the election speak for itself. So with that, I'm not going to support this motion. I think it's a purely political, purely divisive. I think to solve this housing crisis, we need a pragmatic approach, which we have been pushing really hard in the past years. So I'm not going to support this this motion. Thanks. I'm going to take the chair back. Okay. Please go ahead, Councillor Bligh.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate you taking over Vice Chair. I just gotten off another meeting, but was following on as well. So I just wanted to ask a follow-up question to the City Manager, because it's been raised by a number of folks around the table today around sort of the framing of the motion, the report back. So City Manager, I heard through you, Chair, just say that staff would have to come back and do that work. The question I have is, are staff doing that work based on the province's direction to increase density across the city anyway? Is that work that staff are going to have to undertake regardless?
Thanks, Chair. That is still a question, and specifically in relation to Shaughnessy, whether there will be changes required by the province. We're not entirely, that is an answer that we're still looking to ascertain. In terms of other work that we're doing across the, I'm not sure if I'm addressing your question specifically. So we may, again, I think that's we may need to, or council may need to approve zoning changes for First Shaughnessy in any respect. We don't know the answer to that yet.
Okay. Okay, got it. So I have one other follow-up question, and that is regarding the existing work being done in terms of increased units across the city. We are, and forgive me if I'm putting you on the spot, City Manager, through you, Chair, but by all accounts that I have sort of factored in, not including one-off rezonings, which are happening, of course, across the city to increase rental supply. There are close to 56,000 units in and around Vancouver proper on the west side, already being worked on actively by staff. I mean, again, I hate to put you on the spot with those numbers, but does it sound somewhat correct?
You're ahead of me, through the chair. Councillor's ahead of me in terms of the specifics. There is a lot of work. I mean, just the Broadway plan in and of itself contemplates significant additional capacity, zone capacity and units. There is now, like I say, the work or the legislation that the province has introduced around transit-oriented development will have significant implications as well in terms of increased density. There's the direction that council's provided around village areas and expanding zone capacity in those areas. So there, yes, there's a lot of elements underway. At this stage, yeah, I couldn't comment specifically around numbers, but we can certainly follow up with you around that.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So I am going to speak in opposition to this motion simply because it's redundant in my mind. I'm not going to ask for there to be a point of order ruled on this motion, but I think it's been highlighted by other members around the table here today that there's a question as to sort of the motivation behind this motion. We have close to 56,000 units in terms of large-scale planning underway at Sanok, Heatherlands, Oak Ridge, Jericho, Broadway Plan, Little Mountain, all directly surrounding this area, including the provincial legislation that is coming down the pipe as we speak, that we, that I personally support, which is to look at the province as a whole, to look at the region as a whole, to look at the city, and look at every single area. No area is officially off the table. And that is the work that I want to focus on. It's the work I want our staff to focus on. And I find that this motion is very redundant. It seems to be curious as to why this has come forward, given that everybody is talking about the provincial work that's already underway. So do I support sort of looking at this area for increased density? Sure. Do we need this motion? No, we don't. Not at all. And so then I have to wonder, is this just purely to divide the city? And we can see that in some of the tone of comments that are being made about it. And I think some historical comments that have been made. And I'm not here to divide certain areas up to pit groups one against the other. I'm here to bring the city together as a whole to say, let's increase some housing. We need it badly. We're already doing that. We're already doing this work. We support the provincial work. It's already happening. It's totally redundant and should not be supported, in my opinion. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
I thought I'd outline for council the reasons why I am supporting the motion. Housing is the primary issue on most people's minds in Vancouver. Affordable housing in particular, which, you have to get by building density primarily. Vancouver is land constrained. Of all the municipalities in Metro Vancouver, we are the most land constrained by ocean, by river, by the boundary with Burnaby. And so it is our use of the land within our city for increasing housing density that is pivotal in terms of that supply. So don't forget, this is not going to influence I don't believe at this point it can, but maybe in the future it could, but we have a heritage conservation area in the form of First Shaughnessy. Oh, I'm at time?
5 more seconds. Yeah.
5 more seconds.
Five more.
Yeah. So anyway, there's a huge opportunity within those other boundaries outside of the First Shaughnessy area that we could move forward with more density and more than the 6 that are now allowed in middle listing housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Appreciate some of the comments of my colleagues and the concerns around this being divisive language, and indeed, certainly some of the call-ins and comments online, and even some of the whereases may kind of evoke that kind of narrative. But I want to remind council that we don't vote on the whereas clauses. We don't vote on the online comments or what people phone in. We vote on the enactment clauses. And as I read through these enactment clauses, they actually are pretty reasonable. I think looking at this significant chunk of land, where the infrastructure needs are, what the sewer capacity is, what is the ODP, and what is the potential for developing this land? I think it's mentioned in the whereas, but there's, a fascinating history of Shaughnessy where in the 1930s, when everybody fled Shaughnessy en masse because of the Depression, folks who managed to hold on to their houses resorted to turning them into rooming houses. So they were de facto apartments that only recently got converted back into single-family homes. And for those of us who were on council in the last term, we had 2 applications come forward to us about building apartments in Shaughnessy. One we rejected, and I think rightly so, because its proximity to a end-of-life hospice and end-of-life care. But the other one we approved. But I would note that both of those applications were on one of the busiest arterials in the city of Vancouver. And so, again, we're nibbling around the edges, suggesting that folks who rent in the city should have to live on the arterials, when in fact we have a beautiful tree-lined neighborhood, which I had the privilege of, I was staying at my mom's down the hill a couple years ago, and I would walk my dog up the hill towards Shaughnessy, and it was great. It was completely empty. The parks were empty, it went off leash, and there was not a lot of activity. So there's clearly the capacity for more people there, and it's a beautiful neighborhood. So I think that this is a sensible enough motion, accepting some of the whereas clauses that might seem more inflammatory, accepting some of the online commentary that might seem more divisive. This is actually a pretty sensible approach to a real, conversation that we need to have around densifying the city, and the reality that there is a dearth of infrastructure for this neighborhood. And I'll also add that, we hear fairly frequently from the Home and Property Owners Association of Shaughnessy with their concerns about limitations on the one hand, protecting heritage structures because they want to build bigger, more opulent mansions that disrespect the heritage aspect. So I feel like there's a bit of a misconception around how this neighborhood needs to evolve. And I would love to see opportunities that actually protect and enhance the heritage, but also add new residents, that also recognize we're a growing city, and that there are opportunities here that can kind of coexist with this neighborhood and complement the neighborhood. And what I really love about this motion is the idea that we might see more shops and services, because I think it is a very car-dependent neighborhood. There aren't a lot of shops and services adjacent to it. And this is certainly worth exploring. So I'm supportive of this motion, specifically the enactment clauses, which is really what we are voting on at the end of the day. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. So I agree with some of the comments that this is about choices. Staff don't have unlimited time, and it is the role of us as leaders here to make decisions about where staff time is focused and where new housing gets added across the city. Building more housing in Shaughnessy minimizes displacement. We know from public hearings we've been through that when we focus new rental housing in places with a high number of renters already, we see a lot of displacement and we lose existing, more affordable rental and more affordable housing stock. The benefit of building more rental housing, more housing options in a neighborhood with a very low number of renters is that it allows us to minimize displacement while building a lot more badly needed housing. There was a comment about economic viability, and respectfully, the economic viability is based on what we allow to be built there. So it is way too soon to say it's not economically viable to build housing there. It depends what housing we're talking about. And that's part of the work that is being directed in this motion, is to look at what housing options would make sense and would be viable that would allow more people to live close to their homes, close to their work in this neighborhood. So that piece too is up to us. It's the direction and leadership that we do or don't provide. The per square foot land value in this neighborhood is actually lower than the per square foot land value in the neighboring Broadway corridor or many other places, because they are such large lots where right now we only allow a limited number of housing choices. And so when you look at the per square foot value, it is lower. I know that's surprising to some people. It's not what you might think of, because the overall property values are so high, but that too impacts the economic viability. We can build more options here as a result of that lower per square foot land value. I just want to address a couple more comments. And one is that I actually think it is very pragmatic to be looking at adding housing here. This is a central neighborhood in the city. And as I said in the beginning, it's a neighborhood that has seen decreasing population over the last 50 years. That is unbelievable to me that such a beautiful and central neighborhood would shrink in population when we know we have a huge need for housing. We know more and more people are moving to Vancouver and looking for homes. There have been many comments about how it is divisive to be looking at adding housing in Shaughnessy. And I want to say as a counter argument, I actually think it's divisive to have a whole central neighborhood that is off limits to the vast majority of our residents. The current situation is one of division, and this motion is looking at beginning to treat Shaughnessy like we treat every other neighborhood and creating more of a level playing field where more people can call this neighborhood home as well. I recognize comments that the province is doing a lot on housing. I too support their good leadership on housing, but in this neighborhood, that provincial work is a maybe, and it maybe allows 6 units. I don't think that goes far enough, particularly given the comments I've heard from around this table about how we need to be building more, building faster. Only allowing multiplexes maybe in this neighborhood doesn't align with taking the housing crisis seriously. And finally, I want to comment on the many comments I've heard questioning the intent of this motion. The intent of this motion is to add badly needed housing, minimizing displacement in a central neighborhood. We know we need that housing. I have heard everyone at this table speak to the need for housing, and I am incredibly disappointed that we will continue to leave one neighborhood off limits and cram and focus that housing in the places where we have continued to push it for years on arterials and existing busy neighborhoods.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Kirby, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I will be brief, and I'll just say, being pragmatic, if the last council threw so much at staff that it was overwhelming, and I honestly think it created paralysis in terms of sending mixed signals and providing far too much work in the hopper. So from a purely pragmatic perspective, if we want to get to 3331, and if we want to get the housing built and the significant amount of housing that's in the pipeline that has impact citywide, don't support this motion, because all we're doing is setting staff up to come back and say, hey, this is going to slow this down, or we can't work on that. And I actually just want to get some stuff built and delivered. I don't want to be the council of planning and aspiration. I want to be the council of delivery. So if you feel differently, vote for it. If you actually want to get some housing built and put some keys in people's hands so they can open doors this term, then vote no for this motion. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Councillor Kirby. This is the end of the discussion. So I'm going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen. And Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Okay, so this motion failed with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby, Councillor Dominado, Councillor Bligh, Councillor Montague, Councillor Claassen, and Mayor Sim in opposition. All right, so the next item is my motion. So can we take probably 2 minutes recess so we can do the exchange? Thanks.
Please remain on the line as council will be reconvening shortly. Thank you.
Oh, you just go switch. Can you get quorum and we will? Yeah. We're just looking for quorum. If we've got Pete right there. Okay, Councillor Fry, that'd be great. I'm going to count you as quorum. Okay, great. Great, so we're going to reconvene the meeting at this time. And the next item is motion 4. Nope, it's not. The next motion, or the next item is motion 3, enhancing housing density near under-enrolled Vancouver schools, and is to be moved and introduced by Councillor Joe. Council members may not ask questions of the mover. Councillor Joe, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
All right, thanks, Chair. So, yeah, I think this motion is quite straightforward. We lost 4,400 students on our public school system in the past 10 years, while the population in the city of Vancouver increased by 10%. Many schools are running way below the capacity, and some of the schools are at risk of closure. We can do something about that using our land use toolbox to ensure that family-oriented housing options and densities are being built in this neighborhood with under-enrolled schools. This motion emphasizes the potential impact on the community with declining enrollment in school. This motion underscores the importance of families with students for a vibrant society and the need of addressing housing affordability to prevent further decline in school enrollment. It aligns with the existing city strategy that aims to create complete, connected, and culturally vibrant neighborhoods. This motion also requests a report back to Council with recommendations by Q3 2024. Additionally, this motion advocates the mayor to write a letter to Vancouver School Board and the BC Ministry of Education, urging further consultation on demographic projections to align with city's planning and land use strategy. Basically, we need to make sure that the school enrollment projection must consider the densification in those areas. Yeah, so in summary, this motion proposes a comprehensive approach to address declining school enrollment issues by coordinating efforts between City Council, city staff, and Vancouver School Board. It highlights the importance of the family-oriented housing densities to ensure ongoing vibrancy and sustainability of Vancouver's neighborhood.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Joe. Do we have a seconder? I heard Councillor Dominato first. We will go with Councillor Dominato. So we are now going to move to speakers. I will just make a note for Council that we do have 4 speakers. They are all on the line. And it may push us past 12, but we'll get started. And if we need a motion, I may be asking somebody to move that. So if I may first call on our first registered speaker, also public, public body representative, Vice Chair of Vancouver School Board, Trustee Preeti Freekog.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
My name is, thank you. My name is Preeti Freecoat, and I'm a Vancouver School Board trustee and a vice chair, and also a resident of Vancouver. I'm speaking here today to express my strong support for the motion put forth by Councillor Zhao to enhance housing density near under-enrolled Vancouver schools. This motion is not a response to a numerical decline, but a proactive step towards safeguarding the heart of our communities with the city and the Vancouver School Board collaboration. As you all know, with the recent data provided by VSB, it shows a very concerning picture of a 26-year trend in diminishing student enrollment. Several factors have contributed to that, like it's the high cost of living in Vancouver, including high housing prices, high demand for real estate, and limited housing supply. The Vancouver School Board data, as highlighted in this motion, shows a decline in from kindergarten to grade 12 enrollment from 51,758 students in 2011 to just 47,386 in 2021. It's representing an 8.4% drop in the past decade. This trend is alarming for us at the VSB, and I'm sure it's for the city as well. But the problem I see in this matter is that the affordability, which is everywhere, but also accessibility of housing around the schools. It is a challenge that confronts many families in our city, and the cost of living as well. Let's supply for housing continues to rise, and we find ourselves unable to retain teachers in school system, and young families with children are moving to actually suburb our areas, which is in fact leading to a decline in school enrollment and placing the future of our schools at risk. I just want to mention that schools are just not isolated entities. They are an integral part of our communities, and this is not just about housing. It's about preserving the essence of our neighborhood and ensuring that the families with children can continue to call Vancouver a home. I request everyone at the council to support this. By doing so, we only enhance housing density, but also pave the way for a more inclusive, diverse, and vibrant Vancouver that can be enjoyed by families for generations to come. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Perfectly timed. Do appreciate hearing from you today on this issue. So we will now move to speaker number 1, Charles Ibrey.
Hello again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here again, taking a quick break from work to speak in favor of the motion. Yeah, I think it's, as Councillor Joe mentioned, it's really important that we do have sort of complete neighborhoods, and that means putting housing near schools. Disappointed with the result of the last vote, but moving on to the next one. Yeah, I think one thing that's kind of missing from this motion is recognizing that schools aren't unique in terms of amenities. We should be building housing density near schools because that means that, typically where we built new housing is where we've seen more families and more kids. Not necessarily surprising. But, we also should be building more housing near other amenities, whether that's parks, community centers, and all the rest. And so, I'd hope that would come underneath the Vancouver plan. And I think in part of what this notion might end up being tied into that is recognizing where we want to have sort of neighborhood centers and where we want to have more density near places where people need to go and want to go. And so, yeah, I hope this motion will be passed. It does seem that, it's adding more work to staff in terms of creating, yet another motion that looks at one sort of small aspect of housing as opposed to the larger scale of we should just be building a ton more housing and allowing more housing everywhere. So, yeah, I mean, I thank Councillor Joe for bringing this forward. I do think it's an issue that, we don't have enough housing near schools, in part because we have made it illegal to do so. And so I hope that can get resolved, hopefully in a timely manner. So thanks.
Thank you very much for calling in today. Next, we have speaker number 2, Marcus Weber.
Hi, I'd just like to register my support for this, but I don't echo the previous commenter. I think the city could relieve a lot of the burden on the staff by rezoning much broader areas for more housing. I think that's the way we can actually affect a large increase in the housing supply rather than, going for one area or another, and then specifically removing barriers for specific neighborhoods that have existed for a long time. I think all of those measures need to be considered. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for calling in today. And our final speaker is speaker 3 is withdrawn. Speaker 4 is Peter Dowdy.
Hello. I am calling in to support this motion. It is an unsettling fact that many of the neighborhoods in Vancouver experience stagnant or declining populations. And when you look at the population of school-aged children, the decline is even more stark. And that's because what makes something family-oriented housing isn't the built form, it's whether or not there's space for children there. And we have great statistical data in this country down to the census level tract, and it paints a clear and compelling picture. What causes children to come to a neighborhood is space for them. And the neighborhoods in Vancouver where we see children are the neighborhoods where we see growth. The Cambie Corridor, downtown. And if we want children to come back to our other neighborhoods, then the remedy for that is growth. It is allowing this additional density near schools. Additionally, we have talked a lot about school safety and slow streets, and the reason why that's been so relevant is because more and more parents and teachers need to travel farther and farther to even get to school. We force people to engage in these long commutes. We expose children to the risks of traffic. We don't make good use of the resources we already have. And I think that this motion will fix that substantially. Therefore, I encourage you to support it. Thank you.
And thank you very much for calling in today. So that does, Council, bring us to the end of the registered speakers for this motion. And thank you everyone who called in to speak to the motion. So Council, is there any discussion? Councillor? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Despite my disappointment about the last vote, I am happy to support this. I have a lot of concerns about, and have heard a lot of concerns across the city from parents worried about this school board looking to close schools or sell off school properties. And so I think looking at enrollment numbers, future enrollment, and adding housing density near under-enrolled schools is an important move. It's certainly one that gets has been discussed often, and where I know that the school board data and the city data don't always connect. That was certainly the experience in my neighborhood, where the new school in our neighborhood was over capacity from the day that it opened. And it's certainly something we hear from residents in denser neighborhoods. I will say I am surprised. These are all choices, and I'm happy to support this, but it is all about staff capacity as well. So we are asking staff to study some things and not others. And I think we just need to be honest about that. But I do think this is important work. I think it's incredibly important, as I said, that that we keep public land and school board land public, and that we don't look at closing schools. That is a very short-sighted decision, and this is a better way to go. So I will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, happy to support this. I certainly would like to see a lot more of the data around what schools are under enrolled. I can't help but wonder if Emily Carr Elementary and Shaughnessy Elementary are under enrolled relative to the decision just made about adding density and the irony therein. But I think, where we have school capacity, certainly it makes sense. I think there's a bigger picture here, though, and that is about how the province does respond to the existing needs. We've all been on council, or those of us who have been on council since the last term, will recognize that Olympic Village School has long been needed, long been promised, yet to be delivered. And that is responsibility of the provincial government. So I think that's a bigger kind of elephant in the room when we have this conversation, and I hope it's one that we can more assertively engage in. I know our neighbors in Surrey are struggling with their school capacity needs and what the province is delivering, and I think that that's a piece of advocacy that we need to collectively continue advocating on, to recognize that the time it takes to build a school relative to the population that arrives there are just completely disaggregated and not cohesive that way. And I think that's work that we need to do. But I appreciate this initiative from Councillor Joe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr.
Yeah.
I'll also just.
Yep. Yes. I was just going to move that we extend past 12 to complete this item.
Thank you very much. So motion on the floor is to extend past 12. Thank you very much, Councillor Dominato. All those in favor? Any opposed? Great, thank you.
Okay,
Please
to my questions. I actually, if I could through you, ask a question of staff on this, which is around how this motion relates to the Joint Council Vancouver School Board Capital Planning Committee. If this is work that actually aligns with and would otherwise have emanated from, or anyway, if it aligns with what we've been doing on that committee for the last term and now.
Thanks. Through the chair, that's a good question. To date, the work of that committee has been more focused on actual facility development between the city's facilities and the school board's facilities. This is more about housing, which wouldn't actually be operated by either party. Not to say that it couldn't be part of a discussion there, I guess. It's ultimately up to that committee to determine what their scope is. But yeah, to date, housing generally has kind of been outside the scope of what the committee has been talking about.
Right. Thank you. So I am speaking in support of this motion. The subject, I've been on the joint VSB Council Capital Planning Committee, both last term and this term, although we haven't met yet this term. But the issue for me has, and for many on that committee, has been this population density, especially created by housing that is amenable for families and children to be located near schools. The declining enrollments in neighborhoods that have been aging, where there aren't that many children, where the density of housing has been lower, has been a persistent topic of conversation. So maybe he didn't know it, but Councillor Joe actually put forward a motion that is being on the minds of those of us very concerned about housing density around schools, and I'm very happy to see this motion, and also to ensure that projections, as the last line of this motion states, account for any city planning and land use changes, which is also being something of the subject of that joint committee I talked about, and the school board has been pleading to get more information around accurate projections so that they can plan better. So I think this is a timely and very useful motion to put forward, and I thank Councillor Joe for it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Joe, there is one other speaker. If you want to close on your motion, perhaps we can advance Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. I just want to first of all say I very much support the spirit of this motion. I do have some overarching questions that will have to be answered in the course of time. I think that the issue around school enrollment and the projections into the future are very complicated ones. The fact is that we are going through an unprecedented aging of our society right now, which is why I think some of the work that we've directed staff previously around becoming more age-friendly is extremely important. Families are having fewer children, and there are lots of statistics to bear that out. And housing affordability is without question a determining factor. We do have more affordable municipalities where we understand that schools are bursting at the seams with portals and what have you, and we don't have that experience happening here. We also have densifying neighborhoods such as Olympic Village and the River District, which are without schools at the present time. And so with sort of long pathways to get to their classrooms for families that are living in those neighborhoods. So I just want to, again, sort of reiterate that I support this work, but I think it's really important that we are engaging with the province to ensure that we maximize the investments in our school facilities. I also want to just note that unlike the previous motion that we just debated, these neighborhoods have the attractions, the playing fields, the local community centers, the buildings, and the infrastructure that keep neighborhoods vibrant. And so I think it's important that we do some holistic planning. But I think that having this conversation involving the school district is extraordinarily important. And it will allow us to really can consider how we want to build our neighborhoods. Most of the schools that are in our Vancouver neighborhoods were a part of original planning that was done back in the 1920s with the Bartholomew Plan. And as a result, a lot of those school sites are really detached from any kind of, if you'd like, kind of urban features such as grocery stores or other sort of possibilities for densification. And I'm thinking of the east and south side especially, and also on the west side, where a lot of schools just don't have a great ability yet for us to start building more housing and inviting more people to live in those communities. So again, I think this is an important conversation for us to have. It is underlined, though, by the fact that we are really struggling to make sure that we are going to have school-age population growth in spite of immigration, in spite of in-migration to our city and our densification. I think we are going to struggle to see those numbers rise without some real concerted effort and an open discussion around how we build our communities. So I will be supporting this, but I also do have a lot more questions going forward on this kind of discussion that we'll be having in future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Klassen. Councillor Montague.
Chair, I just wanted to sort of respond to something that was mentioned on council chamber floors here. When you look at the statistics for from British Columbia school districts, Emily Carr Elementary School had a enrollment of 299 students in 2006. In 2022, it has an enrollment of 330, so it's increased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Show, closing on your motion.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So, yeah, first I'd like to thank the school trustee from Vancouver School Board, Pretty Fritz-Koch, for speaking in supporting this motion. It's a very, very good demonstration for the collaboration between Vancouver School Board and the council and the engagement from all different government entities. This is what exactly the public expect us to do. And also thanks for all other speakers as well. I table this motion recognizing the critical importance of addressing the declining enrollment in Vancouver school and its potential consequence in our community. As I mentioned before, the enrollment in our public education system has decreased by 8.4% in the past 10 years. We lost 4,400 students in our public school. At the same time, the population in the city has increased by 10%. The projections from the Vancouver School Board shows that if we don't do anything now, the school enrollment will continue decreasing in the next 10 years, as this graph shows. So also we have seen many schools, especially in the west side of Vancouver, are running below 70%, such as Southland Elementary, only 66%, Bayville Community Elementary, only 68%, and many others. So we know that many schools are at risk of closure. We can lose our valuable school lands. If we lost them, we will never ever get them back. We need a long-term vision to bring more families to this neighborhood. This motion does exactly that. By allowing multiplex development, encouraging family-oriented housing densities, we aim to reverse the trend and make Vancouver an attractive and sustainable home for young families. Also, this motion stems from a deep commitment to the well-being of families. The declining school enrollment poses a threat to the vibrancy and health of our neighborhoods. Many friends of mine, they have to drive their kids across a few catchments to send them to school. This is not right. It's bad for the traffic, Of course, it's bad for the environment and the sustainability. Of course, it's bad for all aspects of family well-being. And also, this motion aligns with the City of Vancouver's mission statement, emphasizing the creation of a great city of communities that cares about its people, environment, and the opportunities for residents. By connecting the motion with to the existing city strategy, such as Housing Vancouver and the Vancouver Plan, and aligning strategically with recent council decisions, including missing middle, including the village areas density and many other policies, it demonstrates a coherent and a unified approach to address both housing affordability and school enrollment challenging. Reinforce our commitment to creating complete, connected, and culturally vibrant neighborhoods. In addition, this motion strengthens the collaboration with City Council, Vancouver School Board, and the city staff. In this housing crisis, we need all stakeholders engaged and work together. So it is my firm belief that by taking these steps, we can create a more sustainable, inclusive, and vibrant city for generations to come. It's crucial to preserve valuable school lands and support families in City of Vancouver. And from the comments from my colleagues, I think we have all the support from the City Council for this motion. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zhou. With that, we can move to a vote. Thank you, Council. That motion passes with unanimous support. So thank you very much. And we will be recessing now for lunch and in camera. I'm coming back at 1:30 p.m. Okay. In cameras at 1 o'clock, and then we'll be back at 1:30. What I'm being told. Okay, so we're back at 1:30 after in cameras.
Welcome to TELUS Conferencing. To join the conference, enter your access code followed by the number sign.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Everyone, please remain on the line. We will be reconvening very shortly. Thank you.
Okay, all good?
Speaker calling from number 1079. Could you please identify?
Perfect. Just give me 1 second. All right. Okay, perfect. Okay, all right, everyone. So we're going to continue the standing committee meeting for city's finance services. So the next item on the agenda is motion 3. Oh no, sorry. This is done. Motion 4. Working with Youth Climate Corps of Vancouver, and it is moved and introduced by Councillor Carr. And council members may not ask questions for of the mover. Councillor Carr, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion.
Thanks very much. Just so everyone knows, a bit of a history. I first learned about the Youth Climate Corps back several years ago at a Union of BC Municipalities annual conference in Whistler, 2022, when I met with some of the founders of Youth Climate Corps British Columbia, who were exceedingly excited to talk about their hope that municipalities would engage with them around their desire to be a positive force in terms of tackling climate change, at the same time as be trained in and potentially develop jobs or take up jobs in the field of making a difference in terms of reducing GHGs and actually positively shifting the trajectory around the climate emergency. Since then, learned a lot about their work with the city of Nelson, for example, and the city of Kamloops. In my particular desire to see this happen now, I was motivated by a meeting that we had at this council table 1 month ago, talking about averting violence and youth that might face violence or violent criminal activity. And 51 the statement was made here in these chambers. 51% of youth that were surveyed for that were experiencing eco-anxiety as one of the stressors in their lives. And since then, I've learned it's a much higher percentage of youth that are actually incredibly debilitated emotionally and in their lives by the climate crisis, and want to feel that they can contribute in a positive way. Thus, the work of Youth Climate Corps, which could be really helpful in our city addressing our own goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, plus helping out youth in terms of feeling that positive contribution to averting a climate catastrophe.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Do we have a seconder for this item? Second by Councillor Fry. Okay, so we have a registered speaker for this motion, so I'm going to go to the first one.
Councillor Joe, before we start, I am going to declare a conflict on this motion out of a large abundance of caution. My husband does climate change advocacy work on all sorts of issues, and one of them is advocating for a national youth climate corps.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Boyle. conflict of interest not there. Okay, thanks. All right, so the first registered speaker is Oliver William Guzzi. Thanks, Oliver. You have 3 minutes. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oliver Gatsky, and my project is Protecting Urban Forest Vancouver, and we've partnered with the Youth Climate Corps. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'd like to express to you why I'd like to support this motion. As a youth, growing up in an era that's been dominated by climate change and the climate crisis, and even experiencing some of those effects firsthand, it's becoming increasingly important for us to feel a sense of efficacy in our efforts to create positive change. And the Youth Climate Corps is an organization that provides an outlet for us to be a part of that change. Sorry.
It's all good. The Amber Alert.
By supporting this motion, you will amplify the capacity of the Youth Climate Corps to aid and build projects that are actually directly contributing to the policy goals of the city. Furthermore, you'll also provide youth with a sense of agency in their often overwhelming fears of climate change. My mission's project is to increase Vancouver's urban forest canopy. Our urban forest is a vital asset to the city. It provides climate resiliency, environmental health, it contributes to public health. It also has job opportunities, education opportunities, and community engagement activities. To advance this mission, we're actively pursuing various objectives. These include advocating for a more comprehensive regulations and tree replacement strategy, educating residents about the significance and advantages of increasing canopy cover on private property, and addressing some of the environmental injustices present in the city. A key component of our project is advocating for the planting and protection of large native trees. Larger trees have a greater cooling effect, provide more habitat and support bird diversity, and filter out more pollutants. Additionally, we aim to empower low-income residents to plant larger trees in their yard. Crucially, our mission objectives align with the city's policy objectives. Vancouver's policies express a preference for projects that are both climate adaptation and mitigation strategies. Increasing canopy cover mitigates through reducing greenhouse gas, and it adapts through cooling and surface temperatures, which greatly reduce the severity of life-threatening heat waves and mitigates the urban heat island effect. Our project, and many others like it, rely on the support of the Youth Climate Corps. If the Council supports this motion, it will greatly contribute to the city's capacity to pursue its policy goals, while at the same time providing youth with a means to contribute to that effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver. Thank you for speaking to Council. The second speaker is Dr. Marianne Reeve. Is Dr. Marianne Reeve on the line?
I'm just checking, Chair. No, speaker number 2 is not currently on the line.
Okay, we're gonna circle back. Speaker number 3 is Catherine Mandel. Is Catherine on the line?
Yes.
Okay, please go
Hi,
ahead, Catherine.
yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. So my name is Catherine Mandel. I'm joining you today to speak in support of Councillor Carr's motion. I'm the project manager for the Vancouver Hastings Climate Action Team, which was started by Minister Nikki Sharma and which is run out of her MLA office. VHCAT has partnered with the Youth Climate Corps, and the crew of Youth Climate Action technicians will be scaling up local climate action projects that were designed by our team of community leaders. Those projects include the reduction of food waste through redirecting excess product from restaurants and grocery stores to charities that serve individuals who are food insecure. We will also be collaborating to plan information sessions on transitioning homes to heat pumps. VHCAT hosted one in January. It was successful because of assistance from City of Vancouver staff, and we saw significant uptake from attendees. We'll also be collaborating to protect seniors during extreme heat. My experience working with the Youth Climate Corps has affirmed that their model addresses multiple overlapping crises of our time. Youth unemployment in Canada has trended upwards, with youth from equity-deserving communities hit particularly hard. Meanwhile, the climate crisis continues to severely affect the mental health of young people in our communities. The Youth Climate Corps empowers youth to take concrete action to mitigate climate change while upskilling participants, giving them the tools to advance into low-carbon careers. Their track record demonstrates that youth that complete the program continue on into climate-positive work, including in the creation of climate policy. Youth Climate Corps currently has a successful partnership with the City of Kamloops. I believe a dynamic partnership with the City of Vancouver will assist in the advancement of this municipality's climate goals, helping to create bright futures for youth in this rapidly changing world and economy while benefiting the city at large. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. The next speaker is Dr. Rashmi Chadha. It's Dr. Ashish. Yeah, okay, thank you. Please go ahead, Dr. Rashmi Chadha.
Oh, hello. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm a settler on unceded Coast Salish territory, and I'm here to ask you to support Councillor Carr's motion on working with Youth Climate Corps Vancouver. I'm proud to work in a healthcare organisation, VCH, that has centred planetary health as one of its foundational pillars. Our Medical Staff Association's Planetary Health Committee, which I'm honoured to chair, supports the organisational work, as does the Green Plus Leaders programme. This is the type of multi-level action that is needed to address the climate crisis. I'm proud to live in a municipality that recognises the climate crisis we're in and is taking steps on acting on this. As Council is aware, climate change is not the only threat to our planet's health. Rather, it is a symptom of a general illness that also has pollution and biodiversity loss as other symptoms. I've spoken to all levels of government about this and often am saddened by provincial and federal decisions that will detrimentally affect future generations of humans and non-humans alike. At municipal level, however, I still have hope. This summer, I had 3 patients affected directly by the effects of our planet's poor health. One was an older adult evacuated from Yellowknife wildfires. Another was from Salmon Arm. She nearly missed her cancer surgery because of roadblocks leaving home. The third has medical system PTSD related to being in PGH emerged department during the heat dome and seeing bodies in body bags and distraught faces of medical staff working at maximum capacity and not being able to save their patients. All 3 mentioned climate change or planetary health adjacent issues whilst I took their clinical history. This would not have happened a few years ago, and it is because there has been a shift in public understanding of the problem. Realising that all efforts need to start with us, I've made changes in the way I move, eat, inhabit, and advocate. I've started a small community garden for people, birds, and pollinators, and have been so happy to find passers-by striking up a conversation with me. Most of them are fascinated to hear about why I'm doing it. Even though some have skepticism of the severity of the climate crisis, nearly all are willing to engage in a conversation about caring for the land and promoting biodiversity. The other finding is how much kids enjoy looking and interacting with the garden, some even forcing their parents to take a diversion to come past. Their questions are wonderful and they're thrilled when I show them a ladybug or a caterpillar or give them some lemon balm to taste or some sweet pea seeds to grow at home. I was thrilled to see Councillor Carr's motion. Climate advocacy work has reinforced 2 things for me. 1, people now understand the climate crisis and that it is here. And 2, that they can get behind activities and initiatives that are visible and have meaning. When urban green spaces and conservation efforts are promoted, the health, mental health, and rewards from nature are manifold. It is not from behind our computer screens that this important work needs to be done. It is out in public, one conversation at a time, one action at a time. The Youth Climate Corps is crucial for this important, visible community building. I anticipate that others who are signed up today will speak to youth climate anxiety, so I'll not belabor this other than to say getting youth active in these initiatives has potential to give agency and foster pro-social camaraderie that re-engages them in a world which may seem bleak. Substance use disorder, the field I work in, is born out of multiple factors, including adverse childhood experiences, trauma, social deprivation, poor mental health, and hopelessness. As
Sorry, Dr. Chadha, you are at time right now. Thank you. Thank you for speaking to Council. Speaker number 5 has withdrawn. We go to speaker number 6. Brennan Water. Is Brennan on the line?
Hi there. My name is Brennan Waters. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm an electrical contractor and a member of the Home Performance Network installing heat pumps and generally approaching contracting out our services for energy management and energy conservation efforts in the built environment. We work with the Youth Climate Corps. We have them on our sites regularly, and we most certainly need some support to continue the learning that they have begun to engage in. So I would like to ask all of the councillors to support this motion going forward.
Thank you. Speaker number 7 is Linda Thayer. Is Linda on the line?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Linda. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Yes, my name is Linda Thayer. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm calling in to support this motion. I'm a family physician. I work at SFU Student Health Clinic, so I work with this youth population and see a lot of the mental health issues. I'm also a mother of 3 children between the ages of 14 and 20 years old. So as a physician, I see climate change as a major threat to our health. It is impacting both our physical and mental health at the individual level and at the community level. In fact, over a decade ago, the World Health Organization called climate change to be the greatest health threat of this century. And just last month, for the second time in 2 years, 200 of the world's leading medical journals published a joint editorial calling on political leaders, and here's the quote, to recognize that climate change and biodiversity loss are one indivisible crisis and must be tackled together to preserve health and avoid catastrophe. This overall environmental crisis is now so severe as to be a global health emergency. So the climate crisis is a health crisis, and we've seen this truth play out here in Vancouver with the deaths and illness from heat domes, with worsening respiratory disease, with wildfire smoke, and the mental health impacts, including anxiety and depression, as well as post-traumatic stress disorder. And we can expect to see more of the indirect health impacts as well. For example, food insecurity as food prices continue to rise as more and more farmers and food producers are hit with droughts and floods. All of this within an increasingly burdened healthcare system. So climate change is caused by pollution of the air and also pollution of the soil and water, all contributing to the loss of biodiversity and the other life forms which help support our health. As a society and as individuals, we are dependent on the climate and the ecosystems around us, and this earth is our living home. The air we breathe, the water we drink, the food we eat, all come from nature and these ecosystems. Our polluting behaviors and ways of living are destabilizing our climate, and this is in turn destabilizing society and causing physical and mental health impacts. So if we change our harmful behaviors and the harmful ways we live, we can re-stabilize the climate and build a stronger community fabric. And this is where the Youth Climate Corps comes in. The youth involved work directly with people within their communities to find the ways to reduce pollution and restore biodiversity, thus improving the physical and mental health of their communities. And this will also give the youth a sense of value and purpose in taking action, which will improve their own physical and mental health. So under this proposal, the municipal government really has the opportunity to support our youth in our local communities and even in a small way in the larger global community in working towards a safer and a healthier future. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. The next speaker is speaker number 8, Rick Logdenberger. Is Rick on the line? Hey, please go ahead,
Yes,
Rick. You
thank
have
you.
3 minutes.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chair. My name is Rick Logdenberg. I'm a City Councillor in Nelson, BC, and I'm calling in to offer a perspective from a local government that has worked with Youth Climate Corps. I first became aware of Youth Climate Corps in 2020 when it was still an idea, and it was an idea from Richard Klein and John Cathro, 2 residents of Nelson who had 20-something-year-old children and were dealing with both the pandemic, the challenges that their family was dealing with in the pandemic, but also the eco-anxiety or the anxiety that young people were feeling about their future. Richard and John presented the idea, but really started engaging with young people almost immediately, organized a meeting in Nelson of young people, I think 15 or 20 young people, to talk about the idea. And from there, the young people really took hold of the idea, recruited WildSite, a regional environmental organization, to work on the development of a program that would employ young people working on climate change mitigation and adaptation. With the leadership of a team of young people. They launched their first program working with the City of Nelson and others to do wildfire mitigation work at the Nelson's interface, and other programs, including a deep energy retrofit of a supportive housing unit. These programs were not just a success in delivering us real concrete action in the city and for city's goals, but they demonstrated a leadership that went on to inspire other young people throughout the city and around the region to get involved and to do more work. The city has continued to engage with Youth Climate Corps on a number of priorities, including public engagement and public education around our organics diversion program, as well as ongoing work with our regional retrofit program. They're an inspiring organization, and we, as a city, heartily endorse working with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Speaker number 9 is Liana Salvijo. Hi, Liana. Before you start, can I ask you if you are residents of City of Vancouver?
Sorry.
Are you a resident of City of Vancouver?
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Liana Salviejo, and I'm speaking in support of this motion today. I am one of 3 Vancouver climate action technicians with Youth Climate Corps BC. We are currently operating in 6 communities, and this is the first cohort being run in Vancouver, which aims to partner with community organizations to work on various climate action projects. YCC understands the importance of empowering youth leadership to foster climate resilience and to create a livable, low-carbon future while paying young people a living wage. Over the past 2 months, our work has consisted of a dynamic array of climate action, and we've been able to develop skills and build community networks in various areas of the environmental sector. Our main areas of focus are aligned with the city's own climate emergency action plan in terms of emissions reductions from buildings and transportation. Through our partnership with Hub Cycling, we've helped to facilitate bike education in elementary schools in order to promote clean transportation. As for building decarbonizing, we're working with a contractor from Eon Electric that specializes in electrification to learn about sustainability and recycling in the trades, and are also in the process of designing our own climate-friendly homes program. This will be based off of a similar program created by the YCC cohort in Kamloops, who, with the support and guidance of their local municipality, created a successful local initiative to educate citizens on how to make their homes climate-friendly with sustainable long-term solutions. Our program aims to support citizens in the switch to green energy to help Vancouver meet its 2030 goal of reducing emissions by 50% while also providing resources and care for populations most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Our next area of focus also aligns with the goals of the Zero Waste 2040 strategic plan, where we will be collaborating with the Vancouver Hastings Climate Action Team and MLA Nikki Sharma on a project focused on reducing food waste and providing food for vulnerable populations. These are just a few of the many meaningful community-based organizations that we are working with this season. Evidently, our work seeks to advance climate justice and reduce inequities amongst those who are facing the worst impacts of climate change. Canada needs a nationwide Youth Climate Corps. If we want to ensure that Vancouver and Canada as a whole are achieving its climate goals, we need youth to be at the forefront of climate action, equipped with the necessary skills, knowledge, and training to do the work. Recently, the City of Toronto passed a motion in support of a YCC and will be sending letters of support to the federal government for a nationwide Youth Climate Corps. We believe that with support from the City of Vancouver, we can create opportunities for young people in the climate sector while also advancing work on Vancouver's climate targets. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liana. Thank you for speaking to Council. Speaker number 10 is Mira Orrak. Is Mira on the line? Mira, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Mira Orrak. I'm calling in my role as Executive Director of the Hussein Foundation, a family foundation governed by 2 generations of the Hussein family based in Vancouver. We fund, among other things, climate-related initiatives and organizations in BC. I'm calling in support of this motion, in part because the Hussein Foundation funds Youth Climate Corps. We do so because we know that these kinds of programs provide meaningful work, address a labor shortage in emerging industries, and most importantly, help cities like Vancouver meet their climate goals. I'm calling to encourage you to deepen your relationship to the Youth Climate Corps and to continue to demonstrate climate leadership. I believe you'll be at the forefront of an initiative that I strongly believe will scale across the province in the years to come. I want to add that what I find particularly compelling about this organization is that they didn't wait for government to take action on this initiative. They raised the funds, they developed the partnerships, and they modeled for governments what a program like this could look like and the ways in which it could be scaled. Thanks very much for your consideration.
I just realized we lost our quorum, so let's do a quick recess. Okay, thanks, Mira. No worries. Now we have the quorum, so let's continue. The next speaker is speaker 11. Sorry for mispronouncing your name, because I know I will. Okay, Aloysiu Kozak Campos da Paza. Is Aloysiu on the line?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for listening to us. My name is Aloysiu, also known as Aloy. I'm speaking from Muskram Land in support of the motion to work with Youth Climate Corps Vancouver. I'm an electrical engineering student from UBC Vancouver, and the way I find hope is to work in jobs and sustainability. I'm grateful for UBC to fund my current part-time job in climate action, which gives me a sense of agency and hope. I believe that if you create more climate action jobs for youth, it helps them cope with climate change and help us prevent a worse catastrophe. I'm not part of Youth Climate Corps Vancouver, but I support it because this is what Youth Climate Corps helps to do, creating climate action jobs for youth. Last week, I asked 13 UBC students what they wanted for what they wanted one of our UBC leaders to advance climate action. And these were the common themes that these 13 students mentioned: increased plant-based, affordable local food, increased opportunities for students to lead work groups and network with sustainability organizations, do more renewable energy research on campus and reducing greenhouse gas emissions from UBC buildings, doing climate education and having a climate justice lens, and also reducing waste. Youth Climate Corps is working on many of these themes, so I really believe they are helping to advance youth voices. And I see friends sometimes lose hope in our leaders. And some adults say my generation is the hope for the future. But in my early 20s, I don't have that much power. By the time I grow to have more power, it may be too late to reverse a lot of the effects of climate change. So we need to work together. You, the current people in power, together with youth, are the hope for the future. Together, we'll be the hope for the future. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you. Thank you for speaking to council. This is the end of the list, so I'm going to go back to speaker number 2, Dr. Marianne Riff. Is Dr. Marianne on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking in support of motion 4A and B. I'm a retired family physician, clinical teacher, mother, and grandmother. I'd like to summarize an important study published by psychologists at Lakehead University in Ontario. While there are increasing number of studies across the globe on climate change anxiety in young people, this one stands out for me because it's Canadian, and it also studied young people's perspectives on possible solutions. It was done in 2022. It surveyed 1,000 young people aged 16 to 25 across Canada, asking respondents about climate emotions and their impacts, perspectives on the future due to climate change, perspectives and feelings about government action, inaction, perspectives on what they need to cope. 56% reported feeling afraid, sad, anxious, powerless. 78% reported that climate change impacts their overall mental health. 37% reported their feelings negatively impact their daily functioning. They had generally negative outlook about the future. 39% reported hesitation about having children. 73% reported that the future is frightening. 76% reported that adults have failed to take care of the planet. 64% responded that the Canadian government was not doing enough to avoid catastrophe. They reported feelings of betrayal more than feelings of reassurance. What could help them cope with climate anxiety? The two most often chosen were seeking emotional or mental health support individually or with others, and taking individual and collective climate action. The author stressed that supports, policies, programs are necessary to enable young people to cope with climate-related stress, to foster emotional resiliency, and prevent harm. They're very much in agreement with other health professionals in this area. Motion B is equally important given how powerless and betrayed young people feel. It would demonstrate to young people in Vancouver that their municipal political leaders are listening and that they care about their welfare as well as climate and the ecology crises. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Riv. This is the end of our speakers list. Thank you, everyone, for speaking to Council today. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Claassen, please go ahead.
Thanks very much, Chair. A few sort of questions. First of all, through you, Chair, to City Manager. Do we have any other existing job training initiatives for youth that are led and funded by the city currently?
Thanks to the chair. I'm not aware of any job training initiatives specifically. We certainly do employ a lot of youth in different parts of our organization. The city does also participate in the City Studios Green City Scholars program with multiple post-secondary institutions. Those are more like co-op jobs. And there are other parts of our organizations that do engage co-op students, but it would be more in that vein.
Thank you. Just having taken a look at this, what have staff determined in terms of time and resources do they estimate will be needed to achieve what's been set out here? I have a few more questions, so that's again through you to the city manager.
Through the chair, so yeah, we haven't done a detailed analysis. I think that our staff feel that this is something that could be accommodated if council was interested to pursue it. But yeah, we don't have a specific kind of resource profile for it at this stage.
Thanks. Thank you, City Manager. Through you, Chair, to the mover, does the mover envision that this motion would need funding to come from the city to accomplish the goal set out here?
Yeah,
go ahead.
Please go ahead. Oh, okay.
Thank you. Thank you. It could. What I do know in Nelson and in Kamloops is that a modest amount of money, I think $100,000 or something like that was the case. It was not full funding because Youth Climate Corps, in fact, came forward with its own sources of funds, mostly funded by foundation work. So they do have some philanthropy support. So it's more a partnership, but for a modest amount of money, they got great projects done.
Thanks very much. How does this? How did you end up? Through you, Chair, again to the mover. How did you end up choosing this particular group, and how does it differ, for example, from City Hive?
Yeah, City Hive, which is also employed by the city on contract and does a lot of work, does more sort of motivational work, research work into the public, not not as far as I know, any hands-on work in actually, for example, reducing GHG, such as done in Nelson through participating in retrofitting. Sorry, what was the beginning part of it?
Just what made you decide to?
Oh, yeah. So you know what? I was inspired because I met these youth at the Union of BC Municipalities. I was the only councillor there. Not very many people were there from electeds because they were so busy campaigning that year, 2 years ago.
Great. So thanks very much. I'll just limited time here. I just wanted to find out in clause B4, you say in 2020, youth established the Youth Climate Corps BC. According to their website, the co-founders were two middle-aged men. Was that somehow an oversight in terms of the original clause?
Are you talking about the fact that Rick
John Cathro and Richard Klein
yeah,
are listed
Rick
as co-founders.
talked about that in his delivery to this meeting in response to my motion, and said that they were the fathers of youth who were very concerned, and so they did provide some leadership at the beginning, but it was definitely youth that are now leading. And when I met with the youth, it was youth.
All right. Is this intended to train people for jobs, address, and again, through you, Chair, and I've got just under a minute, so it's going to be tough. Can I move for a second round of questions? Please?
Yes, second. Second by Councillor Montague. All in favor say yea.
Yea.
Opposed say nay.
Sure thing. Is the intent of this motion to address mental health and anxieties faced by youth? Is it a job training program, or is it intended to be a recruitment effort to try and bring people to the cause of addressing climate change?
The point of this program is to actually get some work done in terms of addressing climate and employing in the process youth who are incredibly anxious about their future because of accelerating climate change.
Sorry, we're at time. Thanks. Come back. Hey, Councillor Fry, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, happy to support this motion and excited about the possibilities of this. I appreciate Councillor Klassen was bringing up the opportunities, and it's in the whereas clauses around job training possibilities and stuff. I don't see that explicitly identified in the enactment clauses, but certainly it does open opportunities. And I think, I mean, what could have been a more exhaustive list of examples, I think there's plenty of examples, both big and small. We have, I think many of us on council proudly show up for neighborhood cleanup events. Which is the kind of thing that is a direct action on citizens' part, and often by young people engaged in their community, trying to make a difference to their physical environment. And in reflecting on this motion and the importance and opportunity with this sort of Youth Climate Corps idea and how we could lean in, and I note that there's not a real cost involved in this. It's kind of a report back. It's working with senior partners. It's looking for how we might be able to fund it, how we might create those opportunities. But the United Nations Office of the Secretary General's Envoy on Youth really talked a lot about these kind of opportunities and how to empower young people through volunteerism. So putting the job training kind of aspect aside, just empowering young people through volunteerism. This is the largest generation of young people in history. And we are also seeing young people are faced with incomprehensible changes, the outcome of COVID-19, the future of employment, environmental angst around our climate, and what seems to be just a very doom and gloom kind of environment. So when we talk about empowering people and giving a sense of purpose beyond just like, maybe I'll work hard and I'll never be able to afford a home. Or maybe I'll try and raise a family, but the environment's going to collapse around me and stuff. It's so grim sometimes to contemplate the future. So empowering people to get involved, to roll up their sleeves, to find meaning and find purpose, I think is a valuable thing. And because this isn't really putting a cost factor to it. And because this is really an aspirational piece that I think is worth us embracing. We did a pretty deep dive on youth violence this week and talked about some of the pressures that young people are facing. And I think this is a small reflection of that and creating an opportunity for young people to maybe take back some of that power and empower themselves. And so I appreciate Councillor Carr bringing this forward, and I appreciate the folks who called in to speak, and of course the folks who showed up to speak to this. I think it's a worthy endeavor, and thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. So I'm going to ask a question. So I'm going to pass the chair to Mayor Sim. Okay, thank you. Okay, so my question is, I think there are many very good youth climate change groups over there that does very meaningful, impactful work in the community. Why, just to the mover of the motion, why we table a motion asking working for one specific group? It doesn't seem to be very common. Just curious why we are doing that for one particular group.
I believe that there is a uniqueness around the Youth Climate Corps, which is focused very much on identifying key activities which can reduce greenhouse gas emissions and employing youth in making a difference on those initiatives by going out and educating the public, gaining skills themselves in the actual process of reducing the emissions, like retrofitting buildings, which one of the speakers, Rick Lochtenberg, talked about. So it is a unique organization. There are many organizations. You can talk about how many there are in peace organizations or in advocacy around mental health or advocacy on housing. And each one has a unique role. Youth Climate Corps has a unique role in its focus on addressing climate and addressing climate mitigation through actually hands-on projects and increasing public understanding and support for the actions needed to address climate problems.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. So there are no other groups does the public education for climate change?
I think that this is a unique hands-on type organization. Of course, there's lots of groups talking about climate change and educating people about the need to, but what I find unique about Youth Climate Corps is it's absolutely hands-on. It's kind of like what was done during the Great Depression, when governments funded people who were out of work to actually work at public good projects. This is, looking at youth who need employment and employing them in something which absolutely needs to be done, which is upping our efforts to actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions and mitigate climate change.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. So if we pass this motion, does other groups feel excluded because they also do very meaningful work?
I think you've heard from speakers today from other groups who support Youth Climate Corps. So I think there's a collaborative process. There is much camaraderie between different organizations. And my sense of it is I don't believe any of these groups are saying, well, I want this to be my field. I think they want to embrace what I've heard from them. They want to embrace more and more groups, more and more individual youth getting involved in the solutions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. So that's all my questions. So I'm going to take the chair back. Okay, thanks, Mayor. Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, I'll just speak sort of broadly here. I always get, and I'll be upfront, I don't think it would be a surprise. I get concerned when we are getting turned down so many different pathways in terms of the mandate and the work that we need to do as cities. Certainly, we do broadly and very important work already on many levels in terms of trying to address and mitigate the effects of climate change, which is a big priority. We certainly would like to be able to support young people in this community, and groups like City Hive do have a very explicit mandate that really addresses a lot of discussion around the future of cities and when it comes to climate mitigation. I would almost endeavor to suggest that we ask them if they would be able to take on this or partner with a group like the Youth Corps for British Columbia. So, but I wanted to speak sort of broadly to the information that we've been hearing about the anxiety that's happening. And we have to really recognize that a number of doomsday narratives have been really put across for so long that it's no wonder that we're starting to see high levels of anxiety and depression. we're witnessing sort of constant coverage of disasters because, frankly, a lot of those sort of positive narratives are much harder to fight to the top for people's attention. And just the lack of sort of positive stories and the use of social media to try and drive that narrative is going to create a lot of real fear and anxiety. I think that it is so important that we instill feelings of hope and innovation and in ways that we as both in Vancouver and the country of Canada can really move forward to try and use technology, innovation, and find ways of trying to make sure that we are able to combat the effect and mitigate the effects of climate change and try and make sure that we have a strong and successful economy where people do have opportunities. And you know, we know that there are a lot of narratives out there that can be very, very challenging. And I can only imagine what it must feel like a young person today with the presence of social media platforms like TikTok and other channels that just continuously bash home narratives that don't give enough birth for people understanding the hope. We have to be in the business of trying to make sure that we do create feelings and approaches, hopeful approaches. And so, I'm struggling a little bit with the scope of what we're trying to do here. I mean, deep down, I'd love to be able to support something like this, but I have yet to hear yet from the mover why we would be sort of taking this initiative on when there are other parallel initiatives. And we've got so many other important things that we're doing in terms of supporting climate change at this time.
Thanks, Councillor Clausen. Councillor Carr.
I can't believe what I'm hearing. I'm sorry, but we have a climate crisis. There are not doomsday narratives. There are finally realistic information packages being forwarded to us by scientists in particular, who are calling a spade and saying we have ignored action on climate to our peril for so long that we are now leaving our future very, very much compromised in terms of the survival of this planet, the natural ecosystems, our youth and their future. The positive story that I bring to you is of a group, an organization that is youth-propelled, the Youth Climate Corps, that wants to be part of the solution, that wants to help mitigate the climate catastrophe that we are facing, that wants to help create a better future for themselves, the one that they don't have to fear, one where eco-anxiety is not at the 70 and 80% levels amongst them. I've witnessed in this council chambers young people who have stood in front of me and said, I don't think I can have children. I cannot bring children into this world. I have so much fear about what they're going to be facing. So this is not, I think you should not look upon this as a competition. We need far more organizations in the realm of actually doing something positive to tackle climate. This is a small, if it is any, what is the harm in asking staff to come back? The city manager has said that they can do this, they can accomplish it. It's not a big amount of work. They can come back and you can say, oh, well, maybe that's too much money, or maybe it's not, or maybe they find other sources of funds. But meanwhile, Vancouver, which has been a leader on climate, will continue to be a leader by engaging youth in terms of projects that can make a tangible difference, not only in their lives and their hope, but in bringing down the greenhouse gas emissions of our city. It is impossible for me to imagine how you could turn this down when there is a chance here to help youth, when there is a chance here to actually make progress on reducing our own commitment, where you're well behind on to reduce this city's greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. So this is the end of the this. Yes. Okay, so we need a seconder for the recess. Seconded by Mayor Sim. All in favor say aye. Opposed say nay. Okay, so let's take a quick recess. Come back in 10 minutes.
Hello, speakers. If you could please remain on the line, we will be reconvening shortly. Thank you. Please remain on the line. We will be reconvening shortly. Thank you. Please remain on the line. We will be reconvening shortly. Thank you.
this discussion. So anyone else want to speak? Okay. Councillor Carr, please go ahead.
Yeah, just briefly, I'm not sure where anyone is at, but and I've heard your questions, etc. But I really just want to, I guess, impress upon you all that it's not an either or in terms of signaling any one group or any, that there, if any of you think that there are already enough groups working on climate or any other issue, you're wrong. There isn't enough. So actually adding to the strength of groups and breadth of groups working on especially the climate issue is critical. The second thing is that that if you think that there is a concern about raising or increasing the profile of the climate issue by engaging in solutions, you're wrong on that one too. Youth are really smart. They get it. They read the science. They see the news. They already know this crisis is expanding phenomenally. So it's about creating hope in this case, and opportunities for action. So that's just, and please, there's a, the second part of my motion, B, is around simply writing to the Prime Minister and a number of other members of Cabinet expressing support for a National Youth Climate Corps. We've had an experience with National Youth Climate Corps. There's a similar kind of organization in the United States. There have been in other countries. We've done it through the Depression era as well, creating national citizen-based action organizations and funding. So the ability to create a national organization, I think, is pivotal too. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Mayor Sim.
Yeah, whoa, jeez, that was loud. I'll keep my comments brief and very respectful. So like, I think all of us in the city of Vancouver are environmentalists. That's why we live here. We love the city. And I truly believe that every single person in this chamber believes that the climate's changing. Okay, and there's tons of evidence there. And I think we all have a stake in the outcome. And I think all of us are responsible as well. For example, my family, we don't live a carbon neutral lifestyle. We live a carbon negative lifestyle in terms of we buy tons of offset credits to, to compensate and then some, the effects of, how we live, when we have, rubber tires on our bikes. Well, guess what? There's a carbon imprint on that, even though we're riding our bikes. So I do want to give context there. And I think we do have work to do on making sure that we allocate our resources properly and the most efficient way possible to mitigate the damages that are being caused to our environment. I can't support this. And the reason is, look, we have a lot of priorities, and I am more than happy to, advocate for something if we could have a material impact to move the needle. Right now, we are in a housing crisis, big time. I think everyone can agree on that, and it's affecting every single corner of our city, every single group. You could be a renter, you could be a homeowner, you could be a business, you could be a tourist in our city, and we can't find accommodations there. Our businesses are struggling, especially our small businesses. The cost of living, finding people to work in their places, the general economy. And then we have safety issues. And look, we're dedicated to making a material impact on all these. And the reason I bring all these things up is even if there is not a monetary check that's being written, we have limited resources in terms of time, of people, of skills. And we have to make sure that we allocate those resources as efficiently as possible or there won't be any like people, or a whole generation of people, actually multiple generations of people, because it's not just affecting our youth, it's affecting people that are downsizing and they're forced to leave our cities. Our businesses won't be around, and it won't be safe to walk in our streets. And so I know we were brought in here to make tough decisions. The political expedient decision would be, yes, let's allocate resources at this because it sounds great and we all love the environment. But we, like personally, and I'll speak for myself here, I want to make sure that we make decisions that actually move the needle. And if that means some of these decisions, they don't sound great out in the public, I can live with that because I know truly that we are doing what we believe, or I'm doing what I believe is right to make sure that we have a great city where people can afford to live, who want to live here, and we have a great environment. So, that's why I can't support this.
Okay, thanks, Mayor Sim. So this is the end of the discussion. So now I'm gonna call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting screen. Council, please register your vote on the voting panel. Councillor Clausen? Okay, so let me count. 2, 3. So it's a tie. Okay, so the result is a tie. According to the procedure bylaw, the motion failed, with Councillor Zhou, Councillor Kirby, Councillor Montague, and Mayor Sim in opposition, and Councillor Clausen abstain. And Councillor Boyle declare conflict of interest. Is that right? Okay, perfect. Thank you, everyone. So that concludes motion 4 on the agenda. The next motion is motion 5, delivering new supply of middle-income housing in Vancouver. It is moved and introduced by Mayor Sim. Council member may not ask question of the mover. Mayor Sim, you have 2 minutes to introduce your motion. Okay, yeah, so just take 1 minute recess. We're gonna get Councillor Boyle back.
Okay.
Okay, let's continue. I think we got everyone here. Please go ahead, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, the title of my motion is Delivering a New Supply of Middle-Income Housing in Vancouver. Now, we have a number of great tools at the city to develop non-market housing through various great programs, but we also know that we have a growing shortage of middle-income housing that fundamentally threatens the city's overall sustainability and livability, limiting economic growth. And now we do need new tools to address this shortage of middle income housing. And so my motion aims to accomplish this by expanding the mandate of our new Vancouver Housing Development Office. The formation of this new office, overseen directly by the city manager's office, is a huge shift in how we address the housing crisis. And the streamlined office is uniquely prepared to undertake and deliver on the direction of this motion. Now, my motion will expand the mandate mandate of this office to include the creation and delivery of middle-income housing on city-owned land. And it asks our team members to report back with recommendations for new programs and policies to make this happen. The new Housing Development Office will be able to move quickly and nimbly and efficiently and effectively when making decisions. Adding this new mandate allows our team at the city to start work immediately on middle-income housing projects. And I do want to be clear about this. This is actually a big shift, and it's a pretty big deal. And we need to be ambitious to address this crisis, and we need to think big. And that means delivering units across the housing continuum, including the middle-income housing that we need. And I do hope that Council will support my motion today so that the new Vancouver Housing Development Office can deliver on all fronts and ensure that we're using our city-owned lands to deliver a new supply of middle-income housing to the city.
Thank you, Mayor Sim. Do we have a seconder? Second by Councillor Kirby. We have one registered speaker for this motion. Number one has been withdrawn. Number two, Marcus Weber. Is Marcus on the line?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, good to talk to you again, Marcus. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sure. The one concern that came up when I was listening to this motion was how we make sure this doesn't end up like Little Mountain, where a lot of the lowest income units were eventually deprioritized. And then in reference to the previous motion about Shaughnessy, I'm just wondering if city staff could have some input on whether we might have put some of this missing middle housing into the Shaughnessy neighborhood if the previous motion had passed. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you. That was quick. Okay, thank you. That's the end of our speakers list. Thank you, Marcus, for speaking to Council 3 times today. So, Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Boyle, please go ahead.
Thanks. I have a few questions through you, Chair, to the city manager to begin. The motion outlines, particularly in the second and third clause, the unlocking delivery of new middle-income housing. Is that already part of what the Housing and Development Office is mandated to do?
Through the chair. So the work that team has been doing to date is primarily what is focused on the VAHF portfolio. So it is below market. Social supportive housing has been the focus. So this would be an expansion of mandate.
Okay, and would we be expanding the staff and resourcing of this office in order to expand the mandate?
We will need to look at that. Certainly there's initial work that can be done with our current resources, but we may need to bring on some additional folks to take on additional workload. That's something that we would have to report back to council on.
Okay, I know the motion doesn't outline that. So if we don't add resources to this office, I assume, well, I'll ask if you're able to answer that takes staff time and focus away from that VAHF affordable housing piece of work, given we don't have unlimited staff capacity?
The VAHF staff will continue to focus on the non-market housing portfolio. So this would be looking to leverage other staff in real estate, for example. And it's Armin Emeroli, our deputy city manager, who's overseeing this, so she can apply expertise to it as well. As I indicated, we expect that we will need some additional resourcing here, but it would be to complement the work that's already being done on VAHF, as opposed to we don't see this motion as replacing that work.
Appreciate that clarity. Thanks. I have a question as well to the mover of the motion, which is where you imagine this housing would be built.
Thank you. It would be built on city-owned land, but I would leave it up to the Armin and her team to come back with what properties best suit this and how we do it.
Okay, and just to clarify, because I've been asked this question by a number of members of the public trying to understand this motion, the intent is not to use the VAHEF properties, which are targeted for more deeply affordable housing, but to look at PEF properties to build more market-oriented homes?
Yeah, so, going back to the original comment, would leave it up to Armin and her team. Look, we have a lot of city-owned land in the city. And I can tell you, personally, I am not an expert in what we own. So, that's why we're bringing this motion to the table, to have Armin and her team look at what we have and see how we can build more middle-income housing. So, police officers, oh, sorry.
Limited time. So
Oh, no, I'm trying to take it off the clock.
And you can use your own time.
Yeah.
But appreciate the answer. And appreciate the answer from the city manager too. I have read this many times. Hearing that clarification that we're not looking at using VAHEF housing, and that we won't see a diversion of staff attention away from that badly needed focus on affordable and non-market housing. I'm happy to support this. I will say respectfully, it doesn't really seem like a game changer, but I'm happy to throw it out there and see what happens. We certainly need to be doing more. Of course, the concern raised earlier about limited staff capacity continues to be a concern for me. And of course, I will continue to advocate that we be building this housing spread equitably across the city. But we need housing, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry.
Yeah. First off, I guess, Chair, if I could, through you, ask a question of the mover.
Yes, please.
I mean, this obviously contemplates a significant amount of city resources, both staff time and land. And traditionally, we've prioritized those resources, specifically the land, towards securing housing that meets the median income needs and below market needs, and trying to achieve more affordability for folks who would traditionally rely on this. And what happens to them if this becomes the new priority?
Well, I don't think it becomes, that's a great question. So I don't think it becomes the new priority. It's an add-on. So it's not either or, it's a yes and. And so I think we need to, I can speak for myself. I personally wanted to unite the city, and I saw the politics being really divisive, where we pitted one group against the other. And what happened with that, we've ignored a middle-income group of individuals who can't afford to live in the city, and they're not being heard. And so, middle income is a fancy term for firefighters, police officers, nurses, first responders, people that work as technicians in companies. These are individuals that have decent incomes, but it's still not enough to make it work in our city. And if we want a viable city over the long term, not only do we have to deal with the incredibly important matter of having non-market rentals and affordable housing and supportive housing, we also have to address the middle income cohort who are basically, it feels like they're being abandoned right now. And if we don't do that, our city is going to suffer, and everyone's going to suffer.
No, and I appreciate that in follow-up because, that is a lot of where we're trying to deliver on market housing and a significant amount of upzoning. But specifically, when we're talking about city-owned land, that is the one place where we can dial down the pro forma enough to achieve housing potentially that's below market. And as has been said in these chambers before, if everything's a priority, then nothing's a priority. So I'm really like, what happens to the prioritization of delivering those below market units that we've traditionally aspired to using city lands?
Yeah, we'll still do that as well. Maybe answering your question a little differently. And look, the request is to have the team do the deep dive on it. And Armin has incredible skills. She has 30 years of BC housing. I just look at the region, and I look at what MST is doing. I look at what's happened outside, like at the UBC property trusts, and how they've been able to create a bunch of different housing stock for different groups. And you know, we have a successful past. In fact, when you look at the UBC Property Trust model, I forget the number because I know it's changed, but not only have they provided a ton of housing for, you know, students, people that work out there and market housing, but they've created an over $2 billion endowment. So what we're looking at here is how do we replicate successes, and not in foreign countries, like literally in our backyard, and how do we utilize our assets for the common good? But this is definitely a yes and, it's not an either or.
Okay, well, I'm almost out of time, so I'll just close on some comments. I mean, I suppose I have no choice but to support this because it is the delivery of more housing. I do think, and I'm going to borrow the quote from the ABC press release on the Shaughnessy motion, that this is a questionable use of city staff time and resources when we consider that you know, we had an opportunity before us to look at unlocking the potential that might actually deliver on some of that very specific middle income housing that we're talking about in unlocking Shaughnessy in that motion. But instead it was decried as a questionable use of city staff time and resources. Sorry, I'm reading from the actual ABC press release quote that just went out an hour ago. And I think in that context, you know, this is work that we're already generally doing citywide, part of the Vancouver plan. This is all stuff that we've been contemplating, considering, and working on. So I'm not really sure that adding another layer of bureaucracy and red tape to further that is necessarily the best use of staff time and resources, especially when we're not considering huge swaths of the city that we could actually unlock as well. So I'll leave it at that because I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Fry. Councillor Kirby.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm going to offer a few reflections, and I would characterize it differently than Councillor Fry. I wouldn't say that it's adding a layer of bureaucracy or red tape. I think what this is doing is, at a strategic level, is adding a layer of focus to move forward on delivering much needed housing. Affordability has fundamentally changed in our city. Vancouver's a finite landmass. We've always been expensive. Everybody's hearing the headlines in the last couple of days. $2,000 average across the country, almost $1,000 more to rent a one bedroom, around $2,800, closing in on $2,900, give or take, in the city of Vancouver. And so the affordability crisis is not only impacting those that are at the lowest end of the economic spectrum, but also folks in the middle. It's really scary when you hear that housing insecurity, or sorry, food insecurity also is hitting a number of households. 23%, up 5%, are saying that they're deciding and making choices about spending money on food. So I think we need to be responsive to this scenario. I think that similar to when communities like Falls Creek South were envisioned, for example, that were mixed income communities that set forth an ideal to build mixed communities in terms of building diverse neighborhoods, but also different income levels so that people could stay in the city. I think this will provide a breadth of opportunity to look at some of those types of structures. We do have some brilliant examples, as the mayor referenced, of land trusts in the city. We're seeing huge opportunities in Great Northern Way, who have been some of their work that's being informed in looking at adding housing in conjunction with some of the other uses there. It's being informed by the success of UBC Properties Trust, which I understand is one of the most successful university land trusts ever in the continent in North America. And I think that we have an opportunity, if we can both utilize existing city-owned land to deliver much needed housing, to deliver more affordability, retain the land, and potentially actually generate income that could be reinvested into deepening affordability levels, either units within those sites that could be used for that, either deepening affordability levels in some of the VAHEF projects. I think that that would make a whole lot of sense. I also think of hearing a number of the nonprofits that come forward to us now, and we used to get, and this is in my short time on council, so I'm 5 years in now, 2 terms, nonprofits coming forward, they had the land, you know, that was always the best case scenario, or maybe they bought it, and they could deliver the level of affordability social housing. They can't anymore. They can't do it without having mixed income projects, and we know that, right? They are asking for rental in a third, half of their projects, whatever that percentage is, so that they can deliver the deeply affordable, and knowing that they're going to be able to carry, they have to carry the mortgage, and they're going to deepen affordability level over time. So I actually think that a number of our projects where we're trying to deliver the deepest level of affordability are going to be stymied because of the significant economic conditions, and this could actually help to catalyze some of those projects and move them forward. I will note the distinction between the Shaughnessy conversation earlier that I think is a really simple and important one, and maybe I just approach it from a common sense perspective. This is on city-owned land, i.e. that we already own. We don't own the land in Shaughnessy. So that's a pretty big impediment in terms of land acquisition. We've seen it takes 20 years sometimes to assemble enough land for a park. And so what we're trying to do is what is the best that we can do with the levers that we have and the assets that we have to actually try to unlock and deliver some new housing. So I actually think that this makes a lot of sense from a visionary perspective. I think that Vancouver has had a real gap in our structure around how we look at delivering some of the housing pieces. And I have been a big advocate for saying the city's too involved sometimes, and we need to get out of the way and let some of the nonprofit housing providers do what they do best. When it's our own asset, though, what we have to do is paint the picture of how we can actually utilize it and unlock it. And I know, for example, that we have had some of our industrial or other sites that have not been utilized. And again, I'm a huge fan of keeping industrial, but we also had a conversation in this chambers, let's be honest, about locking up temporary modular housing sites for another 10, 15, 18 years, depending upon when their leases expired. And rather than having 100 units on it, if you can put 500 and deliver a five-fold increase in housing, why would we not look to do that? Whether that was balanced or other housing. So I do really appreciate this. I think that the mayor is actually trying to create some big policy levers and move some of this forward. And if you are that middle income person who's making a job and you don't qualify for social housing, but you sure are having a hard time staying in the city, and you really want to stay here because you like Vancouver and maybe you grew up here, and you're hanging on, you're really going to appreciate some middle income housing options that come forward. And those are the people that we need to keep in our city. And I'm happy to support it.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. So first of all, just want to support this initiative here and thank the mayor for bringing it forward. All the points that Councillor Kirby-Young and others have made around here, I do appreciate the fact that we do have a quest here to try and really address that part of the housing spectrum that may have not been traditionally supported by using public land in the past, but it's so clear that we do need to have that kind of diversity. I also want to just point out what I think is sort of the perhaps the more subtle aspect of this motion is that we actually have been, and it's credit to our staff that we have been doing a significant reorganization to develop the new Vancouver Housing Development Office. Something that hasn't really probably hit the public consciousness yet, and I'm sure we're going to hear more about it going forward. But it's a really strong representation of an amazing team that we have here in the city, led by our Deputy City Manager, Armin Amrolia, and of course, all of the team leads across many departments. This is a fantastic way for us to again, catalyze, bring forward the best resources, ideas, and talent to really make housing happen, both in the below market space, but also in this middle income space. So and I also just like very much the fact that we are going to keep our minds open to exploring other partnerships, including potentially with other private partners and also First Nations and other government agencies. So I do think we've got this will allow us to sort of put on our thinking caps and create some great new opportunities for housing in the city, and look very much forward to supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Mayor Sim.
Great. I'll keep my comments very very brief. Yeah, I think the one big distinction here is we own the land. And so all of a sudden it changes everything. And so, you know, where the team comes up with, I'm excited to see the answers. But you know, maybe I'm gonna paint a vision for everyone in this room and for everyone that's listening. You know, I see, like, I think of the UBC Property Trust model, and I don't know anyone who disagrees with this next comment, but it's been an incredible success that has created a ton of housing and a huge surplus for the university. I hope that a generation from now, when none of us are in this chamber, unless you really want to be in this chamber a generation from now, that we can point to this. And people will forget. They'll forget us. But they'll point to the seed that we planted here. And we'll be able to talk about how much housing we created. There's actually an identifiable number, and there's an identifiable surplus, and we can actually point to buildings. And if that's all we do here, I'll be happier than a pig in mud. The other thing I like about this is when I look at all the different things that we're going to be moving on housing, which are incredibly important, speeding up the permitting process and what have you. And we can point to some metrics, but they will get lost in the noise at the end of the day. What I like about this is, once again, it will be incredibly transparent, and we will be able to point to a number. We'll be able to point to metrics, and we can actually talk about the return on investment we got from the seeds that we planted today. And so I'm looking very forward to the team getting running on this. And, I think we have a really bright future because we're not alone. When I point to the UBC property trust model, once again, as Councillor Kirby Young mentioned, that's iconic in North America. Those people live here, the people that put it together, and they want to help us as well. So it's not even just us, it's the whole community that wants to step up, just like in that example alone. And so I think this is going to be a really good thing for the city of Vancouver. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Sim. I'm now going to call the vote. Clerk, please take us to the voting panel. And Council, please register your vote. Okay, so this motion does pass unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So that concludes motion 5 on the agenda. The standing committee portion of this meeting is now complete. We will now convene in council with Mayor Sim as the chair to deal with the recommendations and actions for today's committee meeting and to consider 2 bylaws. Over to you now, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you. Okay, we will now convene in council to deal with the recommendations and actions from today's standing committee on city finance and services meeting and 2 bylaws. Clerk, can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Sim and the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bligh has leave of absence. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Clausen. Present. Councillor Meisner, who has a leave of absence, and Councillor Zoe.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Mayor Sim.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, so we need a motion to adopt the standing committee's recommendations for reports 1 through 5 and member motions 1 through 5. Great, thank you, Councillor Montague, seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Bylaws, we have 2 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 and 2? Councillor Clausen, thank you, seconded by Councillor Joe. Council, is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yay.
Yay.
All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. The list of the approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn this meeting? Great, Councillor Kirby Young, seconded by Councillor Joe. All those in favor say yay. Yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned, and thank you, everyone.